Good morning and welcome to our coverage of the CWI Under 17 Men's Championship here. We are at the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine at the Sir Frank Worrell Field. And this game was delayed. It should have started yesterday, but due to pitch conditions at Pier Road, the game has been moved to the university ground here. So we are here one day late, but nevertheless, we are still here to bring you coverage. I have the two captains alongside me, DeMarco Scott and Tanez Francis, and we are here for the toss with Mr. Ramsahai Ramasa, and Leeward Islands has the point.
Numbers.
So, views from the toss, the Leeward Islands have won the toss and will bat first. We just have a word with Francis. So, it's not an unfamiliar position for you, taking over the captaincy in the absence of Matthew Miller, and at the under 17 level as well. How has your preparation been coming into the tournament?
Well, we have a 1 week preparation in Antigua. We did 1 2-day match and 1 50-over match. So we had a good preparation, good practice session coming into this time.
And how has been your stay so far in Trinidad?
It's very good.
You've had an extra day. Sorry, you've had an extra day to recuperate, to recover, and prepare for this game. Anything in particular you're looking forward to batting first?
Yeah, we're looking to post a good score in total and try to restrict the Jamaican team.
Okay, go well.
Thank you.
We'll have a word with Mr. Scott as well from Jamaica. How has your preparation been leading up into the tournament?
It has been wonderful. We had two-day game and 1 50-over game.
And you have a shared captaincy. You're going to rotate the captaincy through the team yourself and Tyson Gordon Jr. And how are you looking forward to today's game as being captain for today?
I'm looking forward to a good game. Just to help the players to play to the best of their abilities.
Okay, go well and enjoy the game.
Thanks.
So that's the news from the toss here. The Leeward Islands have won the toss and opted to bat first. Welcome to all our viewers for this round 1 encounter in the CWI Rising Stars Under 17 Men's Championship. And we already have the first delivery being bowled by Adrian Silvera. News from the toss, the Leeward Islands called correctly and won the toss, and they opted to bat first. And two openers out there in the middle. Facing up the first delivery is Tanez Francis, captain for today, taking over with the absence of Matthew Miller, who was called up to the West Indies under 19 camp in Antigua in preparation for their encounter against Sri Lanka under 19 coming up later this month. Silvera, well, a good Yorker delivery, and it beats the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, and an appeal by the Jamaican team, and not out, says umpire Lyndon Rajkumar, who is presiding at the northern end, and at square leg is the renowned Kelman Cowlesser, and we'll give you the lineups as well during the course of the over. The opening bowler and Adrian Silvera, as we mentioned, Antonez Francis. Alongside him is Jose Roberts. Silvera is left arm. Calling for a single here is Francis, but quick work in the covers to cut out that thought of a single. Kevin Fleming is out there at cover, and alongside me is Tanvir Dampol. Welcome, Tanvir.
Thank you, Billy. A pleasant good morning to all our listeners out here. So we're in for a really good match. Leeward versus Jamaica. Leewards has opted to bat first, as Tanez Francis is now on strike, as Adrian Silvera is getting ready to run into his attack.
And this time they do come for the single, shy at the stumps, and they're going to get some overthrows here. One, and it's a direct hit, an appeal at the non-striker's end. Not out, says umpire Rajkumar, and a good bit of fielding and a direct hit from a throw out at fine leg from the overthrow. A lot happening in the first over here. Have a look at that throw in. He was well inside. But to the Leeward Islands winning the toss, and batting first. The score 2 without loss. We are in the first over. And Tenez Francis, the captain, is out there in the middle. As we mentioned, taking over from Matthew Miller, called up to the West Indies under 19 camp. Good start here from Adrian Silva. A couple of Yorkers in and a nice good length delivery outside the line of the off stump, moving away. 2 slips in place. And Jose Roberts is out there with Francis. Tayari Tong coming into the team. Jathan Edward. Jaquan Athanez. Kunal Tilokani. And there's a beauty of a delivery here, just beating the outside edge of Francis' bat from the left-handed Silvera. End of the first over, and a good start all round from Jamaica with the ball, as well as Leeward Islands with the bat. In terms of their running, their scores off the mark. And it's 2 without loss after the first over. Continuing with the lineup, Light Brown, LaShawn Bergen. We have a look at the pitch as well. Jaden Bramble, Eric Richards, and Kasim Challenger. And a look at the pitch this morning. Leeward Islands opting to bat first. And a little bit of moisture in the surface. We'll remind you as well, this game was scheduled to take place at the Pierre Road ground in Chaguanas, the home of Comets. And it was a very soft, damp outfield in certain key areas. And the pitch was in good condition. The outfield was nice, cut and low, and good preparation work from David Manik down there at the Pierre Road ground. However, with heavy, consistent rain leading up to the game, the outfield could not have been dried out sufficiently, particularly past the 30-yard circle for the bowlers run up at the northern end. And we start the first over here for Perico Henry, who's into the attack, and it's gone down to third man, the vacant third man, and it travels to the boundary for 4. So 6 without loss. We're into the second over. With the conditions down there at Pierre, no play was possible yesterday, and in collaboration with Julie Mitchell, working with CWI and the Trinidad Cricket Board, reached out to Dr. Anand Rampasad at the UE Spec facility to acquire the Sir Frank Worrell Field here at the Sport and Education Center in St. Augustine, and could not have the pitch ready in time yesterday, so we got the game postponed to today. So we're here at day 1 as Henry comes in again. Roberts turns it into the onside, no run. 6 without loss into the second over of this 2-day affair. And Dr. Rampasad obliging and accommodating CWI to get this game underway. So luckily we did not have to have one of the games abandoned, and play is possible here this morning. So a little bit of moisture in the pitch. It's a lush outfield. No run again there from Perico Henry, with Roberts facing up. Of course, this ground was used just a couple weeks ago for the West Indies under 19 women versus the USA under 19 women's team. And the USA emerging victors 3-1. Couple games abandoned due to the rain. Well, not abandoned, there was no results in those fixtures. And if you do see, the boundary had to be shifted to accommodate this under 17 game for the men. Henry is in again, and this off the inner portion of the bat. There is a fine leg in place, and looks like Silvera out there doing the fielding, and just a single to the total. Takes it on the 7 without loss, and 4 deliveries gone in the second over. And Mr. Ramnath Prasad and his ground staff got into gear yesterday, put some water on the pitch, get it rolled, and even up to this morning they were still making adjustments to the boundary rope to switch over from the women under 19 to the men's under 17. It's a good delivery, quick delivery outside the off stump, left alone. Just adjusting the boundary rope, moving it back from the 50-yard mark to the 60-yard mark or so to accommodate the men's under 17 game. Just want to say thanks to all involved in getting this game moved. And Mikhail Williams and company, along with Junie Mitchell, doing their best to ensure that we have a full 2-day game here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field. Henry, short lifting delivery, dropped into the onside. They go for one, looking for the second. They are going to come for the second, Francis. Making the call, turning from the non-strikers then and having a look up to see that the fielder didn't quite have his hands on the ball as yet. As the second over comes to an end, 9 without lost. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat. The Jamaican lineup for today's game: Odin Binns, Tyson Gordon Jr., Demario Hall, Joel Williams, Kevon Fleming, Perico Henry opening the bowling, Savio Jones, Nikolai McKenzie, DeMarco Scott captain for today. We'll talk a little bit about that as well. Adrian Silvera, who's going to continue bowling into his second over from the northern end here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field. And Ram Naresh Singh in the lineup, the wrist spinner in the team, as well as Fleming, the leg break bowler in the side. Missing out today is Jadea Moore, Giovanni Richardson, and Danza Hyatt Jr., related to the former West Indies player Danza Hyatt Sr. It's Henry to start. Again, it's a good leave from Tennis Francis. I beg your pardon, it's Roberts outside the off stump, leaving alone 2 slips in place for the left-handed seamer operating over the wicket to the right-handed batters. Savio Jones in the second slip and Mackenzie in the first slip. And the wicketkeeper for today's game, Odin Binns, as Giovanni Richardson has been left out of the lineup for Jamaica. Worked into the onside quite nicely from Roberts. There is protection coming around from fine leg. Both square leg and fine leg converge on the ball, but it's Ramnari Singh who does the fielding, coming around from fine leg. And 2 runs to Roberts takes the total on to 11. We're in the third over, the second over for Silvera. And left out for the Leeward Islands today, Xavier Pemberton and Jaheim Clark, as well as the fast bowler Amori Jones. So nice tidy line and length so far from the 2 bowlers, and the batsmen a steady start, looking to rotate the strike, see off this new ball, this new red Duke's ball. 2 slips a gully. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg out of field. 3 on the onside. And a change here from Silvera. Tanvir side decides to come around the wicket left arm. Not quite sure why he would want to change. He's beaten the bat outside of the off stump, angling across the right hand batter. And just so one shot really turned into the onside. One that pitched on around middle and leg. Worked in the onside by Roberts for 2. But with a 6-3 feel, he wants to concentrate on outside of the off stump. Deciding to go round the wicket. And there is the edge and landing in front of the second slip.
You see here, Billy, he's really working for this batter at the moment. He was setting him up for something there. Just maybe 2 footsteps forward, it would have been a wicket.
Just landing in front of Savio Jones there. And we were asking about the reason for the change, and there we had it. To
Yes.
try and bring that offside more into play.
He's not just maintaining his line outside that off stump as well, he's also maintaining his speed, as we did not see any slow deliveries as yet from him.
So the end of the third over, almost an opportunity. Henry to continue. He looks to be quite sharp, the tall, fast bowler. There's Francis, experience at the under 17 level. He's been in the team in the Leeward Island setup, in the youth setup, for 3 years or so, and going from strength to strength. Started off the under 15, a very diminutive lad. Turned into the onside. So work for Silvera at fine leg. They're going to get 1 and refuse the second. Francis, as Silvera was quickly onto it to his left, the left-hander, and got the throw in right alongside the stumps. 12 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados overnight. They declared on 252 for 8. Barbados lost their first wicket with 5 runs on the board. Being inserted. This one is driven. They're going to get a single out the cover. They're declaring yesterday just to have the opportunity to bowl at Barbados at the end of play, just for a few overs, having gotten the bonus, having gotten the batting point for getting to over 250 runs, got to 252 and declared. Danviri covered the game yesterday, Windward Islands versus Guyana. We also saw a declaration.
Yes, we did, 282 runs. And that's up in the air. And for just short before the fielder. Yeah, Guyana declared at 282. The last batter didn't go out to bat, as he was actually opening the bowling for them. Decided to get in as much overs as he could.
Yeah, very interesting declaration. Just about 18 runs or so short of a second batting point. Decided to declare and not send Glasgow in, who was padded up. And Henry continues here. And Guyana had to go out and face about 12 overs or so and lost a couple wickets. Lost Sicharan for 17. And sent out the night watchman, Davindra Sanka, yesterday to close out the end of day 2. Bottom hand taking over here, and he'll get a single with Hall coming around from mid-on. Pitched up delivery there from Henry to end the over, and he's been predominantly outside the off stump and testing out the middle of the pitch with one short delivery, hooked around the corner, and not quite, Silvera at finally not quite able to get around and take the catch. It ballooned up in the air, wasn't quite in control of the pull shot. Francis 15 without loss after 4 overs, and Roberts on 9, Francis on 6. So Silvera will continue around the wicket, left arm. Almost a late decision to leave alone from Roberts. Good pace here from the opening fast bowlers from Jamaica. Another Yorker here from Silvera. He's produced this Yorker quite a few times in this opening spell. Jamaica employing a rotation of captains policy for this under-17 tournament, and today it's DeMarco Scott who will be captaining the team, and there's also listed Tyson Gordon Jr., who will share captaincy duties as they alternate from game to game. Just fracking. Oh, it's a throw at the stumps from Tyson Gordon Jr., who is there in that gully position, just fractionally missing his length, trying for another Yorker there, Silvera, and off the outer portion of the bat, almost the toe end to gully, and he was taking off for the run, was Roberts, but quite aware of it and not just stopping the ball but getting the throw off as well. Tyson Gordon Jr. and just missing the stump. He might have been short of his ground. And he's driving. There's a half shout, playing a miss. So Silvera had been a little more effective as he changed around the wicket the last couple overs or so. Front foot nowhere near the pitch of it, and just reaching wide outside the off stump.
That's what we were talking about earlier, Billy, that he's maintaining this outside off stump. Now he has 1, 2, 3 slips in place. 2 slips in place, sorry. And a gully.
There's a peach of a delivery here, and half shot there. Again, he's produced this Yorker delivery time and time again. He hasn't gotten it on the stumps so far. Have a look at it here again. It's with pace, and just narrowly missing the off stump. So much pace. It's too hot to handle for the wicketkeeper. Udine Binns with the gloves today, as Giovanni Richardson is not in the final 11. So heading towards a maiden over here is Silvera. Not just a maiden. A couple times he could have gotten the wicket of Roberts in this over. One via the run-out route with Tyson Gordon shying at the stumps from gully. And then one Yorker delivery fractionally missing the off stump. He tries for it again. It's a full toss, and it's going to be runs for Roberts as it comes off the outside edge. It's flew past Gully, between Gully and point, and into the boundary for 4.
And that's the thing with Yorkers, Billy, is either a hit or a miss.
And usually when the batsman miss, the bowler hits the stump, but when the bowler miss, it's a full toss and can go for runs.
And as we see there, 4 runs easy.
And 19 without loss and 5 overs gone. We're into the first session. The first morning, day 1. Starting a day later. The game being shifted to the Sir Frank World Field here in St. Augustine.
See, they're really batting with a strong partnership here. Let's hope they maintain this throughout the game. But the bowlers are definitely troubling the batter. Seeing a lot of skills from this young team here from Jamaica. They maintain their pace, maintain their line, their length. And perfect field setting they have to set up a batter to make an error. And that's just shot away through the gap for 4. Brilliantly placed from the batter. Let's have a look at that replay here, Billy. It's perfectly timed off his back foot, driving right through the gaps for 4 runs.
Yeah, Francis, a quality player off the front and back foot. Henry, who has maintained a line outside of the off stump predominantly, and he's been short of a length on about a 5th stump line, but on that occasion he was just too wide outside the off stump. As this one, he just tries to overcorrect and one on the stumps and turned into the onside for no run. That last delivery put away by Francis, short and wide outside the off stump, and enough room for him to get the hands high and play a cut shot through cover for 4. So Francis and Henry sparring out in the middle. Just trading punches. And this over, he punched one off the back foot for 4. Francis. Henry, one short pitch delivery in his last over. Got a top edge. Down to fine leg, but could not take the catch. Silvera. And again, he's punching off the back foot, but an excellent work there at cover point, doing the fielding. And they're not able to get it past him. It's the second captain in this Jamaican lineup, Tyson Gordon Jr. Tyson Gordon Sr. played for Jamaica in the regional tournament. And it's a shared captaincy. They'll be on rotation between himself and DeMarco Scott. DeMarco Scott being captain for this game against the Leeward Islands. This one angled into the pads. So he seems to be predominantly trying for short of a length and a 4th stump line, and just the odd delivery, trying to get it wicket to wicket. And each time it's been turned into the onside, and on this occasion going for a single. Takes a total under 25, and Francis, he's on to 11 and Roberts on 14.
At this point of the game, the current run rate is 4.7, which is really good, Billy.
It's a good start here.
I must say, both Francis and Roberts were able to use the fielding gaps and maximize any singles.
Reminding you that you can tune in for coverage here on the YouTube channel, and as well the game against Windward Islands against Guyana. Silvera continues. Is being broadcast as well on Windies Cricket YouTube page. That game is taking place at the National Cricket Centre. And as we mentioned, 281 for 9 declared the Windward Islands yesterday. And Lamar Citran for Guyana was out yesterday, as well as Emmanuel Lewis with the score on 26. They've lost their third wicket now, Guyana, with the score on 33. And Prameshwar Ram is there, the vice captain, not out on 11. But they've lost the night watchman, Navindra Sankar, for no score. Lasted 19 deliveries. So 3 wickets down in that game. And the captain is out in the middle, captain and vice captain. Romario Ramdahal, the captain, he's not out on 2. So Guyana in a bit of a predicament. And 1 wicket apiece to Uran Glasgow, who started again this morning. And 1 wicket to Bjorn Fannis and Tyler Vernier. Fannis bowled quite hostile yesterday. Good pace from a long run-up momentum through the crease and was quite impressive.
Not to mention also Tyler Vernier did both exceptionally well in both batting and bowling. Not much of a long run-up, but definitely using the power and the strength in his shoulders to get those deliveries. Saw some really short deliveries as well, passing right by the batter helmet, having them not being able to play the shot at all what they were looking at, catching them off guard.
It was very interesting indeed. Fannis was the faster of the two with a nice rhythmic long run up into the crease, and his short deliveries were not as venomous as Vernier's, who was off a shorter run and a much slower run up. It's a full toss here from Silver, searching for that Yorker again and just missing the target. Just a single on this occasion from Roberts. Already got 1 boundary off of a full toss from Silvera and put away a true point. And just a single on this occasion. And the other game at Inchanali Park in Presal, Trinidad declaring, once they got their batting point yesterday, 252 for 8, and Barbados 5 for 1 overnight are 38 for 1. So just lost the wicket of Wiggins yesterday. Jordan Graham is not out on 20. It's a pleasant looking cover drive here, no run.
I must commend the fielders, Billy. They're giving it their all, not letting any ball pass them, leaving no room for mistakes, no room for errors.
And that was Henry himself at cover doing the fielding. So the tall fast bowler operating from the southern end and very active in the covers as well to cut off that thought of a single between Francis and Roberts. The end of another Silvera over, none for 9 he has from his 4 overs, and Roberts on 15, Francis on 11, 26 without loss after 7. Isaiah Goodman is the other not out batsman for Barbados, not out on 15. And Darren Danaraj, the wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago, he has 1 for 18. So there's Barbados in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 252 for 8 declared. Reminding you that those games are a day ahead of us here at St. Augustine. Yeah, he's returning to that line just fractionally a bit too wide to encourage the shot or the front foot from Francis. He needs to get a tad bit closer to that 4th stump line or even on the off stump if he is to entice Roberts into anything out there. 2 slips and a gully in place for Henry. Tall, towering fast bowler. And this time he is closer and gets this one to just a swing away. Past the outside edge of Roberts' bat. And through to the wicket keeper. Lots of oohs and ahs out there as it beat the bat. I haven't seen too many go past the bat from Henry. But on this occasion, he's got it a bit closer. Yeah, just for good measure, he offers up one on that wicket-to-wicket line.
His next delivery will be an outswing ability. As you see that he is mixing his deliveries, his seam position as well. He has a beautiful seam position. He's also using that at his advantage on the pitch.
And he's operating from the southern end as well. That breeze coming over his right shoulder.
Right there, missing his length.
And they come through. It's going to be signal leg by umpire Cowlesser. So we've seen he's used 4 deliveries just wide outside the off stump. And a couple deliveries wicket to wicket. Seems to be his strategy to try and prize out a wicket here. But he's been a tad bit too wide outside the off stump. Just one delivery that went past the outside edge on or about that 4th, 5th stump line. That's where he needs to concentrate more and produce more deliveries. Shall we call it the Jaden Seals line for now? He's on that line this time and will get a single. And Francis it is who gets that single. And on to 12. Robert comes into strike. Jaden Seals 6 for 18 yesterday in that victory over Pakistan. It's our first victory over Pakistan in ODIs for 34 years.
Wow.
And what a contribution from Jaden Seals.
He stepped up. He really did.
And the wickets that he got as well. 2 most prominent batters in the Pakistan lineup. Not for the first time, Baba Azam, LBW. And the very prolific, some would say even more prolific in recent times than Baba Azam, Mohammad Rizwan. Baba Azam just trying to get back into some form. Has an incredible average against the West Indies, over 84 or so. Henry.
And that's a beautiful delivery there for him. Beautiful delivery there in this over.
So we've seen 3 deliveries in this over that was wicket to wicket and 3 wide outside the off stump. So he's producing more deliveries on a wicket to wicket line as he finishes his 4th over. Perhaps he may get 5 overs on the trot.
Right.
And there are some provisions in the guidelines for play in the 2-day format. And a carryover, if you will, from the 50 overs. And we'll have to get some clarification from Junie Mitchell and Mickey Williams as well. Does it carry over into the 2-day competition where in the first hour of play, or rather the first 10 overs of play, should be fast bowling overs? So provision for the 50 overs.
New bowler into the attack now. Mr. Williams. Joel Williams.
Another tall, lanky fast bowler from Jamaica.
Number 8. Let's see if he bowls some short deliveries here to Tanisa Francis. A little back of the length.
That regulation for the 50 overs. 40% of the overs must be fast bowling overs. So a total of 20 overs. And 50% of that must be in the first power play. Which means 10 overs must be fast bowling overs in the first power play. And that's the provision for the 50 overs. Short and cut away. Up and under, and it goes into the third man boundary for 4 over the head of Gully. But a controlled shot from Francis. It was dug in short, lifting delivery from the tall Williams. But it was too wide. And pounced on by the diminutive Tevez Francis. Raced across the Sir Frank Worrell outfield. 33-run partnership off of 50 deliveries. Francis on to 16.
A lot of appeal there.
Work on, Joe.
Just losing a bit of shape there, Francis. Trying to get a lot of power into this shot, trying to turn it aggressively into the onside. Good bounce there on that delivery, badly lined. And Francis' eyes lit up as he saw it angling into his pads, knowing if he just beats mid-wicket with 3 on the onside, that he could be in business. But missed it completely, probably due to the high extra bounce from Joel Williams.
And he gets away with it this time, but there's... the fielder didn't get to it in time, and he secures 4 runs to his tally. Just whipped away there 4. Have a look at this again. It's a shot he was aiming for before.
Yeah, but this time the back leg stayed anchored, and he was in a little more control. And a little bit more over-pitched, but badly lined from Williams. 2 4s in the over. The one cut away was a no ball. So 9 runs in this Joel Williams' first over. Seems to be collapsing a bit on that front leg, and the head just falling away, pushing that ball down the leg side. Nice steady approach. Run-up reminds me a little bit of Carlos Brathwaite. We'll have a close look from our man Sachin Balki soon, the square leg camera, as he gets the run up of Joel Williams as he ambles up to the crease.
Just a reminder from our producer here, Sachin Bakisun, also known as Batman on our team.
Reminds me of Carlos Brathwaite, that run up.
Oh,
and he hold him.
Beautiful delivery.
Now does that remind you of Carlos Brathwaite? To produce that type of a delivery, made the correction, and a couple deliveries angled down the leg side. This one he slowed up a bit, and as we see the replay from the camera of Kadir Mohammed, and that's a Jaden Seals line and length, picking the top of off stump, and the first wicket goes the captain Tenez Francis. The score on 37. Williams, despite an expensive first over, manages to pick up a wicket. And we've seen one short ball wide outside the off stump put away, one into the pads he missed out on, then the second one he worked away for 4 past fine leg. And on this occasion, a peach of a delivery.
Coming out to bat now, number 15, Kunal Tilokani. Saw him warming up just before the start of this game. He's middling some ball in the throwdown Billy. Let's see if he can do this outside here today, because he's up against some really good bowling from Jamaica.
Yeah, and at times you have to just be careful and cautious. You get a few loose deliveries in an over, but it only takes one delivery to get a wicket. And the bowler can produce that wicket-taking delivery despite a couple loose balls in the over. And perhaps a touch of overconfidence from Francis, having dispatched 2 boundaries in the over and misread the line of that one. Could not protect his off stump. And the Reg Dukes ball cannoning into the top of off. And Williams has his first wicket. 1 for 9 in the first over. 37 for 1. To the end of a successful over of sorts from Joel Williams. Of course, in the 2-day format, you don't mind giving away a couple boundaries if it means you're going to get a wicket.
Let's have a look at that beautiful delivery again. They're just right on top of off. I must say, Billy, you respect the bowler, but the bad ones will come. You capitalize on the opportunity and you secure your runs.
You have to play each ball on its merit. And Francis has been a long time in the game at this level.
Yeah.
And undone by a good delivery, it has to be said.
He not no allowance.
And that's the line I was speaking about for Henry, who has the ball in his hand now, Perico Henry. Needs to be a tad bit closer to that off stump. And he's trying to correct that line and gets a couple just to go heading down the leg side into the pads. And that's that line just outside the off stump, the corridor of uncertainty. And Roberts has looked uncertain a couple times when it's been a bit close to him, beating the outside edge. And again on that occasion, going past the outside edge, 2 slips in place.
He's also bowling wicket to wicket as we saw in the previous over, which is choking the batter and maybe aiming for the LBW as he swings the ball both ways. He has the batter guessing.
And there's the one that comes back in, and that's the line I'm speaking about. That channel. It's that 5th stump line, and if you can't get it to deviate off the seam and come back a fraction, you could just be in business. You could have that off stump talking.
Keep on bowling that delivery there. The wicketkeeper will have to be catching the bails.
Might have to be dodging the bails.
No, Billy, he's the wicketkeeper. He can catch.
Well, he has the gloves today, Odean Binns, in place of Richardson. Here again, that's the line, that's the length. And this is what we need, the consistency and the repetition of action to produce the consistency. And just playing down the wrong line. And as is customary, he has a look at the outside edge, looking at his bat.
Maybe just stepping forward and making contact. But at the same time, the bowler is doing an excellent job.
Not out.
He's dragging the length back on this occasion. And caught in between in the shot is Roberts. Not quite sure if to get onto that front foot or play it off the back foot. And by the time he decided, the ball was past him and past the outside edge as well. Through to the wicket keeper. Very active in the outfield has been Henry, and now he is very active with the ball in hand as well.
Let's see what other trick he has here for them.
There's that delivery we speak of. It's a hesitant single from Tilokani. Stuck really there on the crease, not backing up as the call was made. And Roberts forcing him down because he was running, scampering down to the non-end, calling a few times, and eventually Kunal took off for the single. Got there in the end. Could have been a close one. He's got to be aware of turning the strike over. Tilokani fresh to the crease.
Right arm over. One delivery.
Could have been interesting with a direct hit there. Final delivery of the Henry over. It's another good delivery there to finish the over. None for 19 he has. It's a tight over, just 1 run in it. 38 for 1. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat here in St. Augustine at the UE Spec facility. Change of venue from Pier Road in Central. And interesting there as well, the position of the 2 slips during the course of that over. Now, I didn't want to talk about it in the event that a catch went in that area. They were very close together, first and second slip. And why I'd say it's abnormal, because at the opposite end when Silvera was bowling, they were wide apart. And a good, more than an arm's length, I would say, from each other, the first and second slip, Mackenzie and Scott. But for Henry, they've been tighter together, narrowing that gap. I just wonder if they were a bit too close on that occasion. Here's the wicket taker. And he bowled him. Bowled all over the shop. Roberts has to go. A peach of a Yorker. What a fantastic delivery there from Joel Williams. Gets the second wicket. 2 for 38 now, the Leeward Islands.
A perfect Yorker, Billy. He gets his Yorker.
Well, he's dealing in stumps.
Wicket.
Joel Williams.
Wicket taking ball there. Joel Williams starts off his over with a wicket. Look at that. Look at that beautiful delivery.
And the more I see of him in that run-up to the crease, reminds me more and more of Carlos Brathwaite in his approach to the stumps. And the peach of a delivery there. Finishing off in the last over, picking the top of off stump and now picking the wickets of Roberts, yorking him. We saw Adrian Silvera with the new ball, the left-hander, bowling quite a number of yorkers that both Francis and Roberts were able to dig out. And a bit slower in pace is Joel Williams, and deceived with the pace. And that ball just creeping under the bat and crashing in to middle and off stump. 2 wickets down now. Leeward Islands winning the toss, opting to bat first. Just stuttering a little bit on day 1.
Chikwan Atana is into the batting crease now. Loud appeal and given by the umpire.
It's another full pitch delivery here from Joel, remember the name, Williams.
Let's have a look at the replay.
And umpire Rajkumar deciding in the affirmative and back-to-back wickets for Williams in the over. 3 for 38 now. And Shaquan Athenes has to go. Very dejectedly making his way back.
And Joel Williams now on his hat-trick ball. As we just have a slight drizzle here at the USPEC ground.
Well, Jamaica certainly wouldn't want to come off for any rain break. They have the momentum with them right now. Let's have another look at this delivery. I think this one was a bit faster, that Yorker delivery.
Yes, and their bowling momentum is breaking the Leewards batting momentum.
Struck on the front pad there. And umpire Rajkumar judging that was either going to hit middle and leg. And deciding in the affirmative, he's on a hat-trick.
And coming to the crease here to face this hat-trick ball is light brown.
It's a middle and leg guard. Taken by the number 10.
Let's see how he shapes up to Joel Williams. 9 for 3 in just 1.2 overs.
So they have employed a second slip. So he has 2 slips for the first time. It's a good looking off drive there to negate the hat-trick delivery. And immediately the second slip comes out. Scott himself went into the second slip to accompany Savio Jones just for the hat-trick delivery. But he's come out of the second slip now. There's a slip on a gully. He's gone from second slip back into extra cover. They call for a quick single. It's turned into the onside. Henry again, as the ball follows him in the outfield, does the fielding as the rain starts to intensify. The sun is still out in parts of the university campus. It's still quite bright up here, but out here, but there's a dark cloud just looming overhead. And the ground staff just starting to mobilize, just saying to themselves that it's surely a passing cloud. As we will continue here. Diving across at mid-wicket, can't knock it down. Hall, or did he get some hand onto it as it was turned into the onside? They come for 2. So Tilokani is off the mark. So in this over, wicket, dot A single off a no ball. And a couple now in the over.
2 more legal deliveries.
It's another good delivery. They're almost creeping in between bat and pad, getting the inner portion of bat onto pad.
Keep going, Joel. Keep going, Joel. Keep going, Joel. The moment
Since the loosener that was put away over gully for 4 and 1 down the leg side, he certainly tightened up his line and length. Has Williams incentivized by 2 wickets in this over, as well as 1 wicket in his opening over, that of the captain. Searching for that Yorker again, and a dot delivery to finish the over. 3 for 13 he has in his 2 overs, 42 for 3. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat first. Current run rate of 3.82. Light Brong on 1 and Kunal Tilokani on 2. As the rain abates, the ground staff have returned to their quarters. It's going to be Henry to continue. He's bowled 5 overs on the trot. Kept the pressure from the southern end.
right arm over.
Three on the onside, 2 slips in place, and they're quite close together. Turned into the onside. They're going to get 1. Looking for the second. It's not on. And good work again from the Mario Hall. This time he's at mid-on, chasing around. We'll have a look at the first and second slip. It's played to the gully. Tyson Gordon Jr. situated there. We've seen a rotation of the personnel in the slips from over to over. Again off the inside edge this time, and that's the line, that's the length that's going to produce a wicket. Barong just managing to get bat onto it, and Tilokani will have a word with him. As we've grown accustomed to seeing a couple deliveries on the pads from Henry. Full toss, hit down the ground. It's going to go. It's going to travel all the way to us in our commentary position here, into the boundary for 4, as Tanvir Danpol does the fielding, and 4 runs to the total. Good looking, nice high elbow, full bat face, driven down the ground. Henry into his 6th over. Could just be tiring a fraction. He has been coming off a long run up, just about 32 yards or so from the southern end. 1 delivery to come in his 6th over. So he returns to that line outside the off stump. End of the over. 3 for 48. And 6 overs, none for 25. Adrian Silvera, 4 overs in his opening spell.
Okay.
48 for 3, Light Brown on 7. Kunal Tilokani on 2.
Stay hungry, fellas. Stay hungry, fellas. Stay hungry, fellas. We need more. We need more. We need more. Stay hungry, fellas. Work, fellas. Stay hungry, fellas. Play hard, fellas. Work, Joel. Work, Joel. Joel. Bowler.
So the wicket taker, 3 wickets to his name, Joel Williams, continuing on into his 3rd over now as the Leeward Islands approach 50-run mark. Trying to recover the loss of wickets here is Brong and Tilokani. Nice looking drive to mid-off for no run. And they play at the wicket. Just 13 deliveries they've faced, and we've seen a number of shots come off the inside portion of the bat and just settling into the innings. One slip in place. Down the leg side, and it's whipped away. It'll go into the boundary. 4 runs signal by umpire Rajkumar. Just so it's very important for the Leeward Islands. That'll bring up the 50 as well with that boundary. And it's very important for the Leeward Islands to capitalize on any loose deliveries. So we just tick over past the first hour of play. We're into the 13th over. Not a full delivery on the line of the leg stump. This time cannot get past Singh at fine leg. But another opportunity to get runs on the board. The Leeward Islanders just need to be careful here. We saw the captain, Tanez Francis, with a couple loose deliveries from Williams that he dispatched for boundaries. But Williams was able to come back and produce that wicket-taking delivery. He picked the top of Francis off stump. So just want to be cautious here. And there's another loud appeal here. And umpire Rajkumar indicating it might have been too high. Struck just above the knee roll into the thigh. The right thigh, the back leg of Kunal Tilokani. And not out, says the umpire. Interestingly, struck on the back leg, but still the bounce on the pitch and the bounce from Joel Williams. Umpire are judging that it would have carried over the height of the stumps as opposed to heading down the leg side, suggesting that it would have been in line but negated by the height of the delivery. Full toss, driven down the ground. Does he get a hand onto it? And was it a half chance as well? 2 fielders doing chase down at the boundary edge and not able to pull it back is Henry as the ball continues to track him in the outfield. He's there at mid-on. Did that pass? No, it just landed wide of Williams. And they couldn't get a hand onto it. And it raced down. Got a hand to it, Henry, but couldn't pull it back. Didn't get enough of a hand onto it to relay it back, to pull it back to Silvera, who was partnering with him in the chase. Goes into the boundary for 4. So a couple loose deliveries in the over of Williams. Another good delivery here. Light Brown solid in defense. End of the Joel Williams over that saw a couple boundaries. And after the first hour of play, with the score on 59 for 3, Leeward Islands winning the toss. And the captain, Tanez Francis, opting to bat first. He was the first to go for 20. Jose Roberts, his opening partner, went for 16. And Jaquan Athanez out for no score. And 3 runs not out, Light Brown. And Kudal Tilokani, he's not out on 12. And the bowling figures, Adrian Silvera, none. We just have the scorers working on the scorecard as well. But I can tell you that the wicket-taking bowler, Joel Williams, 3 for 24. And we'll just correct that bowling figures if need be when we resume after the drinks break. So news here at drinks is 3 for 59, the Leeward Islands. Welcome back to our coverage of the Leeward Islands versus Jamaica, the men's under 17 championship. And 3 games across different venues in Trinidad.
Let's play.
It's going to be bowling change here as Scott is into the attack off the inside edge from the off spinner. The captain bringing himself on, replacing Perico Henry, who had 6 overs, none for 25. An economy rate of just over 4 runs and over. Bowled unchanged from the southern end, from the start of the day's play. We are here at day 1, a day later than the other 2 games taking place. Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados at Inchinali Park. That game is on day 2. Scott is going to continue here. And he's bowled him. The off spinner pitches just on about the off stump or fractionally outside the off stump, getting appreciable spin. And between bat and pad, have a look and see if it came off the inside edge as well of the bat of Brown. And not quite sure there was any bat onto it. And spinning back in and picking the stumps, and the Leeward Islands lose their 4th wicket with the score on 59. Second delivery after resuming from the drinks break, and Leeward Islands are in some trouble now. They lost their captain for 20, Roberts for 16, Tilokani is not out on 13, Athens for no score, and now Brown gone for 6. The new batter, Eret Richards, making his way out to the middle, and the captain bringing himself on and taking a wicket. Almost immediate impact. Brown not quite sure how he was defeated with that delivery, but definitely some turn out there for the captain, Scott. So we're getting a little bit of overcast conditions here in St. Augustine. We did have a bit of a light drizzle. It did not interfere with play before the drinks break.
That's off
It's
stump.
gotten a bit gloomy here now, and a bit gloomy for the Leeward Islands team as well.
Bowler's coming right
Losing
down,
another
over.
wicket.
4 deliveries left.
4 wickets down now with the score on 59. So a lot would rest on the shoulders of Kunal Tilokani. And Richards out there, which is pushed in the air to mid-wicket. Mackenzie not close enough to pounce on it. The leg slip being employed. Who does the fielding there? Just coming down and holding on to his right shoulder as he knocked that one down. There appears to be Tyson Gordon Jr. in that position. So a first slip and a leg slip. Deep backward square. Deep mid-wicket. A mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and point. This one is into the pads heading down the leg side. So 4 on the offside, inclusive of the first slip. 5 on the on, indicating that Scott is getting a lot of purchase off the pitch with his off-break deliveries.
That's the over bowl.
And that one on the line that took the wicket of Light Brown, and a successful over for the captain, coming into the attack and getting the wicket of Light Scott for 7, and 59 for 4. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat first against Jamaica in this under-17 battle. The Rising Stars. These 2 teams were assembled at Pier Road yesterday, what should have been the first day of play, coinciding with the start of the other 2 games, Windward Islands versus Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados. And the Jamaicans were eager to have some play, and while the delays were going, trying to get the field ready, the Jamaican team were off in the nets, having some throwdowns, and eager to get out there. And the eagerness has been rewarded with 4 early wickets here in the first session. Joel Williams is going to continue.
going. We're flat. We're flat. We're flat. Work on Froggy.
59 for 4. This one short of a length and cut off the back foot. Forcing shot, and it'll travel all the way to the boundary. 4 runs to the total as Tilokani. Very important that they put away the bad deliveries. They got a couple in the last over from Joel Williams, and this time those were down the leg side, but on this occasion short and wide outside the off stump and put away through covers for 4. So Williams will want to be careful here. A couple loose deliveries. No ball signal by umpire Rajkumar on this occasion. So Henry just having a discussion with Perico Henry, and as Joel Williams remarks his run-up, well, a couple no balls in this spell, and we'll take the opportunity to remind our cricket fans out there, the Caribbean Premier League is set to bowl off tomorrow in Bastille St. Kitts, the first game. It's a full toss down the leg side. He's just going a bit awry in the last couple overs or so, the last 8 deliveries or so from Joel Williams, having picked up 3 wickets. His third over being the best of the lot. Held a nice tidy line and length on about the off stump. He hit the top of off stump. He also hit middle stump in that over and was on a hat trick. But other than that, he's been angling into the legs and a bit short and wide outside the off stump as well. And a couple no balls. It's a better line and length here, and Tilokani on top of the bounce plays it out for no run. So tomorrow, the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots take on the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. So return to the Falcons to the Caribbean Premier League. And on Friday, Patriots will take on the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Both games taking place start time at 7 p.m. And those matches will continue through the weekends. A double header on Sunday, 1 game on Saturday. Short and just, he was shaping to cut it, but seemed to be surprised by a little bit of extra bounce and just managed to stay on top of the bounce and just pushes it out to the offside. Just changing his mind and correcting the shot, Tilokani, as he's intent on staying there for as long as possible. He's on 16. So this goes 65 for 4, trying to do a bit of rebuilding here. There's a couple wickets tumbling around him. 1 game on Saturday at 7 p.m. Barbados will play their first game against Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. It's a better line and length delivery here, matched by the forward defensive of Tilokani. Sunday's double header, 11 a.m. The Trinbago Knight Riders will get their first game against the Patriots. That's at 11 a.m. And on Sunday at 7 p.m. the Falcons return to take on the St. Lucia Kings. CPL action kicks off across the Caribbean. Get your tickets. So 3 consecutive good deliveries from Joel Williams to finish off the over. The score 65 for 4. And Tilokani not out on 16. Richards yet to get off the mark. Main wicket taker for the Leeward Islands being Joel Williams. Now has 3 for 30. So despite a couple no balls in the over, one of which was dispatched for 4 through covers, there were 4 consecutive dot deliveries. It's going to be DeMarco Scott, the captain, who picked up a wicket in his first over, getting light brown out bowled. He went for 7. There are 6 extras in the innings, 5 no balls. Something certainly the Leeward Islands did capitalize on, putting away a couple of them for boundaries. Scott is back into the attack, pulled away, but protection is out there as Joel Williams is out there doing the fielding at the backward square. 5 no balls in the innings, Tanvir, and something that Jamaica would want to correct going into the 50 overs.
Definitely.
Don't want too many free hits. Another short delivery, but he's getting appreciable turn. They go for 1, it's in the onside and travels all the way down to Joel Williams, who has to come around to fine leg from deep square leg to do the fielding. The batsman come through for 2. Tilokani's on to 18, 68 for 4. Another short delivery. It's landing outside the off stump, but with the amount of turn he's extracting from the surface, every delivery has been worked into the onside. I think that was the problem with Brown. Didn't realize it was only his second delivery from Scott. Loud appeal, faster delivery, and umpire Kaulesa agrees with the appeal. And another wicket falls. The 5th wicket goes down now. Out LBW. We'll have a look at it here again. Loud appeal. Did it come off the glove? Or yeah, he's not quite sure. The batsman Tilokani, but they never are why they were adjudged out. So we'll just have to get confirmation. If it was a court or an LBW, we see the umpire just radioing back to the 3rd umpire. Perhaps we'll clarify if it was perhaps came off the bat or the glove, or was it in fact LBW.
Let's have a look at the replay here. For LBW.
Well, the only person that may have been appealing for the catch was the wicket keeper, Binns, because he did not appeal until he caught the ball.
And into batting crease now to face DeMarco Scott is LaShawn Bergen.
That center.
Scott already picking up 2 wickets here.
So few of these players have played at the under 19 level back in July in St. Kitts, and LaShawn Bergen was one of them, along with Francis and Richards, both out in the middle now. Kunal Tilukani, who was also in that under 19 setup for the Leeward Islands a couple months ago. He's gone now. So Bergen.
Well played by Bergen there.
Just want to bring some of that experience at the under 19 level to the fore in this particular inning. 69 for 5, 16 overs gone. The end of that over. Another successful over for the captain DeMarco Scott. 2 for 5 he has now. And on the scorecard it says Kunal Tilokani caught Odain Binns bowl DeMarco Scott for 18. So umpire Kelman are judging that it came off of the bat onto pad, and There was no delay in the decision making. The first appeal coming from the bowler and the fielders was for that LBW. But it was not until the catch was taken by Binns, and Binns himself appealed, that umpire Kaulesa agreed with the appeal, and Tilukani was on his way. And it did appear that the ball was very close to that inner portion of the bat. And I would tend to agree with the umpire that it was bat onto pad and out court. Tilukani couldn't quite understand, perhaps thinking that the umpires was sending him out LBW. But it was an inside edge.
And Nicolai McKenzie into the bowling attack now. Nicolai McKenzie.
And again we see Tanvir, a lot of turn on offer.
Yes, we also see spin was very dominant at the NCC ground,
Come on.
where Guyana did a lot of damage.
The spinners Gibran Yaku picked up 3 wickets and a wicket for Navindra Sanka as well. But it was the man Mika Amsterdam who we were calling for, the fast bowler, to come back into the attack, who picked up 5. I believe it was 5 for 48 or thereabouts.
And after coming into the attack and being attacked by the captain, he ended up picking up the wicket of Theo, who had an exceptional knock of 139 off of 133 deliveries.
Yeah, a lot of turn on offer on the surface here. And it'll be very interesting because Jamaica do have medium pacers in their lineup, and there is fast bowling points,
Yes,
bonus points
correct.
for fast bowling wickets.
Every wicket taken by a fast bowler is 0.2 points. Reminder, between the 250 and above run, there is bonus points. There's no bonus points for spin bowler to take wickets. There's also penalty points of 0.5 points for every over above the rate, Billy.
Your slow over rate will be punished. However, if you bowl the team out twice in less than 160 overs, it will negate those penalty points. The over comes to an end, 71 for 5. So very interesting guidelines for the under-17 tournament. And interesting here because 3 wickets to Joel Williams would mean 0.6 bonus bowling points, but there will be no bonus points for the off spinners. And Scott has 2. Mackenzie's the other off spinner into the attack, but they do have the option.
Number 99 is coming to bowl now for Jamaica.
It should be Kevon Fleming, the leg spinner.
Yes, should be Kevin Fleming.
So there's no bonus points for the off spinner, and no bonus points for the wrist spinner in the 2-day format. But there is bowling bonus points for the wrist spinner in the 50 over format. Suggesting that leg spin is gold. So he's bowling with a long off in place and a deep extra cover on the boundary as he starts short. And
Beautiful piece of fielding there. And yes, Billy, you're correct. It is Kevin Fleming's.
with a couple leg spinners in this lineup here for Jamaica, Fleming and Ramnarish Singh. So not a Ramnarish that bowl leg spin, fellow by the name of Ramnarish Sarwan. Didn't bowl too often. Former West Indies captain, vice captain. Solid in defense here is Richards. He's on 2. As I mentioned, these 2 batters were part of the Leeward Islands under 19 setup that played the regional tournament in St. Kitts and Nevis. Just confirmation from the match referee, Mr. Ramsahai Ramasa, that number 99 tries to pull another short of a length delivery off the back foot, but spinning away, trying to play against the spin was Richards, and a play and a miss. A confirmation that number 99 is Kevon Fleming. We had him listed as number 97. So this time he does manage to get the short delivery out for a single on the offside on this occasion, as the first over of Kevon Fleming comes to an end, and 72 for 5. Burgon on 2 and Richards on 3. 2 new batters to the crease. The 5 wickets falling for the Leeward Islands. The captain Francis for 20, Roberts for 16, Tilokani for 18, Athenes no score, Light Brown for 7. And the batters are to come: Tayari Tong, Chetan Edwards, Jadine Bramble, and Kazim Challenger. So it might just be a bit challenging for the Leeward Islands, as they peg back with the loss of 5 early wickets on day 1 before lunch. Just about half an hour or so to go, as Scott changes ends. It's bowling now from the administrative building end at the UE Spec facility, the northern side of the ground. Off the edge to first slip. Gordon Jr. is there, but it went to ground. No chance of a catch, smothering the spin. Coming off the outside edge. So picked up 2 wickets from the southern end. Scott changes end. He changed end to accommodate the leg spinner to bowl from the southern end, which is interesting.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Oh, this one goes past the wicket keeper. Spin and turn past the bat, past the wicket keeper. He'll go into the boundary for 4, and we'll await the signal from the umpire. It should be byes.
No, the runs come off the bat, Billy. Why not singled out by the umpire?
There'll be welcome runs for Richards. So he did manage to get some bat onto it. The dark clouds have now gone away. We just have to get confirmation. It's scorers indicating that it was byes. And from our vantage point, couldn't quite see the umpire if he raised his hand or not to indicate that it was byes. Half shout. Of course, if he didn't indicate byes, we wouldn't see his hand raised.
Just to give our listeners a rundown of the Jamaica under 17 squad. Odin Binns, Tyson Jordan Jr., Demario Hall, Joel Williams, Kevon Fleming, Perico Henry, Savio Jones, Nikolai McKenzie, DeMarco Scott, Adrian Silvera, and Ramnaresh Singh. And captain his side is DeMarco Scott.
Fleming will continue. Playing a miss. Nice turn and bounce on offer on this pitch here. The ball is gripping and turning for both the off spin and leg spin. Proving a bit challenging at the moment. There's a bit of a misfield there.
He's really controlling that wrist spin, Billy, I must say.
Well, he was a few short deliveries in the first over he bowled. It wasn't that short, but allowed the batsman to get onto the back foot, and Richards just struggled to put it away and just get a couple singles in his first over. But on this occasion, he's corrected his lengths and has the batsman on the front foot, so much so that he has 2 slips in place now. And as I say that, it is short and tugged into the onside. There's a fielder out there, and it's that man, you guessed it, Henry, patrolling the boundaries. The ball is tracking him this morning and does the fielding out at deep mid-wicket. They come through for 2. So just as I was mentioning, 2 slips in place, and he was pitching the ball up more.
That's center, yes.
And he drags one down, as inevitably you get with the leg spinners. Difficult art to master.
We could use the wind build up here to maybe try and flight the ball a little.
And that's the delivery there you're calling for, Tanvir. Looking to bowl it into middle stump with a little bit of generous flight and get it to spin across Bergen. And he's bowled him. It's gone through. And umpire Kaulesa is raising his hands. You just have to get a look of it. No, we are not at the best vantage point here. We're off to the right of the side screen on the southern end. And yep, the bail is off the top. And he was out bowled. It pitched exactly where we were speaking about, into that middle stump line, spun across the right-hander Bergen and picked the top of our stump, and he's out bowled. Another wicket goes down. 6 wickets down for 77. We have another close look at this one again. Not quite sure. Right, Richards is just in our line of sight.
Jaden Bramble will now come in.
Yeah, we're just being inhibited by the non-striker in terms of getting a good look at exactly what transpired. I'm just wondering if he got some bat onto it as well, and if it backspin trickled onto the stumps, or did it in fact hit the spun away and hit. But he seemed to have the line of it covered. And
flighted delivery in the last minute dipping.
So the umpire did raise his hand, which they seldom do if it's an out bowled, but just confirming that it in fact was a dismissal. And we'll just have to wait for the scorers to list exactly the mode of dismissal. And I'm just wondering if he played it and it rolled back onto the stumps. Shots are bowled again here for that delivery. Have a look at it again. If we could just perhaps get a look over the right shoulder of the non-striker to see exactly what transpired. Was there some bat onto it and it rolled back onto the stumps? And on the scorecard, it's listed as bowled, but it also is listed that Richards is bowled. But Richards is still out there. So we'll just get some clarification, but have a look at the St. Benedict's Church up on the hill, nestled in the northern range, in the hills behind us. Very picturesque ground, particularly from our vantage point here at the southern end. We have a good look at the mountain range behind the pitch. So turned into the onside as Scott continues.
Thank you. Yo. Yes, sir. Come on. Yeah. Stay low. Set your hand to the ball, brother. Yeah.
Scott will continue. So we just get some clarification as to that mode of dismissal. And he's bowled him. Another wicket here to Scott. Pitching outside the off stump, spinning back in and hitting the off stump. The off stump is rocked back. A third wicket here for DeMarco Scott. And the Leeward Islands, they would be disappointed winning the toss, opting to bat first. And losing another wicket here. Nice flighted delivery. There's a lot of turn on offer here, and it was well outside the off stump, but spun all the way back in past the outside edge and cannoned into that off stump. And losing their 7th wicket now is the Leeward Islands with the score on 79. We're in the 21st over, just the second delivery. And just as Scott did in his first over, picked up a wicket, bowled with his second delivery. This time he's at the opposite end, switching ends, and again getting another wicket out bowled. So the new batter, Tayari Tong, is out in the middle. And Jaden Bramble has to go. We're into the lower order now. And just 2 wickets to come. 10 extras in the innings in that score of 79. And Captain DeMarco Scott might just be happy that he lost the toss.
Work, fellas, work, fellas, work, fellas! Work, Joel, work, fellas, work,
Oh God, smart.
Scott to continue. Short. And Tong cannot get it away. Losing the toss, Scott. And Scott saying, don't worry about a thing. There's 2 little birdies that just perched on our desk here in the commentary box. Jamaica bowling first. And another delivery there, almost breaching the defenses of Tong. 79 for 7. 3 for 6. Scott, as he goes past the outside edge of Tong this time. Similar type of delivery that spun back and hit the off stump of Bramble in this over. And again, he's bravely leaving alone outside the off stump. A lot of turn on offer here as we look at the scorecard. Doesn't make for too good reading. 79 for 7. And the captain top scoring at the top of the innings with 20. Struck 3 boundaries. And off of Williams rather. And Williams coming back to York, the Leeward Islands captain. And Williams was on a wicket-taking spree. Got the wicket of Jose Roberts for 16. And then the wicket of Jaquan Atenes for no score. He was on a hat-trick. Did not get the hat-trick. And finished off his spell 3 for 30 in his 4 overs. Bowled a few loose deliveries that were put away for 4. Fleming to continue. The leg spinner. Nice looking shot off the back foot, stroking it out to deep. Extra cover for a single. And the correction has been made on the Wickedness cricket page. Richards is not out on 5 off of 28 deliveries. 6 now. It is in fact with that single. There's going to be a fielding change. Scott at first slip. Just calling in Williams from long off. So just 3/4 away from the boundaries. Also calling the extra cover. The deep extra cover in. 2 slips in place. And a lot of oohs and ahs out there. Some more dark clouds. Cover us here at the ground. Some more dark clouds in the distance, but the weather is fine for now. And he's bowled him. Another wicket here for Fleming. They haven't been able to negotiate the 2 spinners. And losing another wicket with the score on 80. And he's out bowled. Then about spinning appreciably across, pitching into that middle and leg line and spinning back across and hitting the top of off stump. So it's almost been a steady procession back and forth to the pavilion as the Leeward Islands lose another wicket here and tongue out for no score. Can't seem to negotiate the spin of Scott. And now on this occasion with Fleming getting his second wicket, 2 for 4, he has now been brought into the attack. Have another look at it here again. And it's a very important for the spinners to understand where they need to pitch the ball when they get this amount of spin on the surface, because had he been pitching that on or about the off stump line, it would be spinning across to the first and second slip, and the batsman can play and miss or leave alone, knowing that the ball is not going to come back. But when you pitch it in that middle and leg line, even on a middle stump, you're forcing the batsman to play, and playing down and not covering the spin, and the ball impacting the stumps, the top of off stump, and another wicket falling. So very intelligent bowling here from Kevon Fleming as he picks up his second wicket in the innings. And Jamaica are cruising along.
That's middle.
It's a new batter out in the middle now.
Bowler's coming right arm over.
Jatan Edward.
3 deliveries left.
And only one batsman to come. Kazim Challenger. 10 extras in this total of 80 as Fleming continues. And this time he's on the off stump. So he's brought the fielders in off the boundary for that wicket taking delivery. So it's a mid-off, extra cover, point, and 2 slips in place. And on the onside there is a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, and Henry next to the umpire at square leg. So DeMarco Scott, he switched ends. He picked up a wicket from this end, the end that Fleming is currently operating from. And there's a googly delivery back into the right-hander who was leaving alone. Didn't know too much about that there, Jatan Edward. And for the first time we've seen that googly delivery. And he might have had a bit of hint because it pitched wide outside the off stump, as they would normally bowl the googlies wider outside the off stump, knowing that it's going to spin back in, and there was appreciable spin on that delivery and narrowly missing the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper bins. 80 for 8, 22 overs gone, and Kevon Fleming has figures of 2 for 4 in his 3 overs, and he was brought in at that end which Scott was operating from, as this one is stroked out. It's going to travel close to the boundary as Williams is giving chase, and it goes into the boundary for 4. Good looking shot there from Edward, a flighted delivery on the line of the off stump and driven through the covers for 4. So he gets off the mark quite nicely.
Yeah.
4 runs to the total, 84 for 8. Scott being hit for his first boundary, conceding his first boundary. And this one pops up into the offside. He was trying to work it into the onside, took a leading edge, and popped out. Williams couldn't get in from cover to take the catch. Neither could Fleming, who's at backward point. So for Scott, there are 3 on the offside plus a slip, a mid-off cover and backward point, and a slip in place on the offside. So it's a 4-5 field. And whipping it into the onside. There's protection out at the backward square leg.
Something to do, man.
Savio Jones doing work out there. If you see another line, 2 lines, the boundary rope is the further of the 2. And the other white substance you're seeing wrapped around the ground is just the boundary marking. Richards again, no run. It's a boundary marking from the recent women West Indies under 19 versus USA under 19 6-match series that took place here in St. Augustine. Again turned into the onside for 1. 2 fielders out in the deep backward square, deep mid wicket, square leg. And mid on as the over comes to an end. 5th over of DeMarco Scott being completed. 8 wickets down for the Leeward Islands with the total on 85. And another batsman, Jatan Edwards, for no score, yet to score. And Erit Richards on 11. So 3 batsmen in this innings were out for no score. Athanes, Bramble and Tong. Full toss. Didn't get all of it. Pulls it into the onside for Henry out there deep mid wicket. And just a single. Fleming 2 for 5 and Scott 3 wickets to his team. They've taken 5 of these Leeward Islands wickets. And the field in for Fleming with Edwards on strike. Not wanting to give away any additional runs here. There's the googly and there's an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Perhaps struck outside the line of the off stump. That looked to be the googly delivery. This is a bit high. Perhaps going down the leg side as well. 2 slips in place. Good flighted delivery as well. Spinning past the outside edge of Edwards' bat. Now the batters in this Leeward Islands lineup, particularly who played at the under 19 level, they've been up and down the batting order. At times Richards would have even batted at 1 down and then was dropped down the order. So there's been a rotation. They've been sharing responsibility at the top of the order.
That's over ball.
The googly delivery past the off stump, left alone. The end of another Fleming over. 4 overs he's bowled, 2 for 5 he has, and a number of dot balls in the innings. Just about 90 dot deliveries in the innings, meaning not much of a rotation of strike happening out there. And the bowling is well on top with 8 wickets down with the score on 86. Even LaShawn Bergen, he's been at the top of the order in previous games. So giving batsmen different opportunities to bat at different positions in the team. As Scott continues. And as you could see there, Richards quite competent in that forward defensive. So looking technically good so far in this innings. He's on 12. Short, and he cannot get any bat onto it. It's an opportunity to score there. 2 fielders out in the deep square leg and deep mid wicket, but there's a leg slip in place in that of Ramnaresh Singh. This is good bowling here from Scott. Just veering his lines. Yet to see him produce an arm ball. But he's getting a lot of spin out there, using it as his main weapon currently. Flighted delivery, driven back down the ground. He gets a hand onto it. It cannons into the stump. And just as well, Edward was not backing up too far, was able to get back. So no run, no chance for a run out as well. Gets a hand, got his bat down in time. As the umpire was set to take evasive action, umpire Rajkumar. And all's well that ends well. One delivery to come in the over. 3 for 11, Scott. Finishes off with a dot ball, a maiden over from Scott. 8 for 86 after 25 overs as we approach the lunch interval. Just about 6 minutes or so away. We might just be a few overs behind with 25 overs gone in the innings, and that is something the coaching staff will want to keep an eye on, even though we've had 2 spinners operating and the 3 fast bowlers at the start of the innings. However, there has been, with the loss of wickets, delays in play with 8 batsmen having to go back and forth from the pavilion to the crease. 8 wickets down in the morning session. Short and punch through the offside, and a diving stop there and the throw as well. Very athletic from Savio Jones there at cover, diving across to his right, knocking that one down and getting the throw off. Not just preventing the boundary, but preventing the single as well, getting the throw off. And with that shot, the captain Scott decides to drop the long off and Jones out to deep extra cover for some more protection on the boundary. Flighted delivery, hit in the air and just to the right of Demario Hall at mid-on. It goes into the boundary for 4, but it was in the air to the right of the fielder at mid-on. Could not get around, and he is sitting a bit deep there at mid-on as well, but it was out of his range. And you have to say well put away from Richards. Just 3 on the onside, so he had a lot of gaps to play with. And put it into the boundary for 4. Takes him on to 16 as the Leeward Islands now 91 for 8 as we approach lunch. All does the fielding again at mid-on. So we should get another over or 2 with the spinners operating. It's a good delivery there. Play and a miss. 2 slips stand there waiting for anything to come off of that outside edge. Faster googly down the leg side. It's going to travel close to the boundary. Scott is going to give up the chase as it goes into the boundary, and signal buys by umpire Kelman, adding to the total 95 for 8. It's sped along, and a googly there, Tanvi, with a lot of pace on it.
Miss Billy, as you can see, he tried at the front delivery to maybe try and buy a wicket this round. As you can see, the Leewards here won the toss and opted to bat first. They're probably just trying to hold on to a little partnership here before lunch break, trying not to lose any more wickets before the end of the first session. And Jamaica is pressing them as much as they could now.
Flighted delivery on this occasion.
That's well put away there, but there's fielder there for protection. Current run rate just dropped to 3.68 and an over. 96 for 8 after 26 overs.
Just give you an update just before we go into the luncheon interval. Barbados against Trinidad and Tobago. In reply to 252 for 8 declared, Barbados are 105 for 3. And Jordan Graham, he was dismissed for 47. And Isaiah Goodman for 25. The captain Bowens is another on 21. And Clark on 8. And 2 wickets to Darren Danraj and 1 to Daniel Holder. That game at Inchinali Park. Scott is ready here to continue. Ooh, and that misses the off stump. Kept a fraction low. Playing on the back foot there was Richards. He showed good control off the front and back foot in this innings against Scott, who has 3 wickets to his name. But that occasion, almost getting a 4th, going past the inner edge and the off stump. Other game at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Windward Islands. Yesterday, 281 for 9 declared. Guyana, 107 for 5. And Hetmeyer is not out on 37.
Just train down like there a little bit to Marcus Scott.
And Shamar Apple not out on 26, the wicket keeper. 9 extras in that, total of 107 for 5. So Trinidad getting a bowling point with 5 wickets.
Oh,
It's off the inside there, just it's into the stumps. He's bowled him.
well bowled there by the captain, DeMarco Scott. Getting rid of Mr. Richards, who was actually holding down this innings. Let's have a look at that beautiful delivery again there, Billy. Bounce and turn into the batter. Off stump gone. And comes out to bat now, number 39. Mr. Kasim, challenger for the Leeward Islands.
I was just mentioning how well Richards was negotiating, but there did not get that left pad out of the pitch of the delivery. It's created a gap between bat and pad. And Scott, who already has gone past the inside edge and narrowly missing the off stump a delivery ago, on this occasion fractionally closer, Richards couldn't get his front leg out of the pitch of the delivery and playing down the wrong line, and the ball impacting the stumps. And another wicket for DeMarco Scott. 4 for 11 he has, and 2 deliveries left in the over, and might just be the last over before lunch, with 1 wicket to fall, 2 deliveries to come. And I just wonder if umpires Rajkumar and Kaulesa might just take that additional 15 minutes on offer into the lunch break. Half an hour. Yeah, so confirming by the facilities manager for this game, Mr. Mickey Williams, that they might just engage in that additional 30 minutes to get the final wicket. And he's out bowled. A repeat of the same delivery from Scott, and we will not need that extra half an hour. We will not need an additional minute. The Leeward Islands have been dismissed here inside the morning session. The final wicket goes 5 wickets to DeMarco Scott, 2 from one end, switching ends and getting the other wickets from the opposite end. 5 wickets for 11. No bowling bonus points for the captain with his off-spin bowling. And there will be, however, 3.6 of bowling bonus points for the fast bowling wickets of Joel Williams. In this total, no batting bonus points for the Leeward Islands, being dismissed for 96, 14 extras in the innings, Tanvir.
Yes, and just to give you a recap of this first session here, 96 runs off of 26.5 overs. We have Adrian Silvera, 9 runs to no wickets. Henry, 24 for none. Joel Williams, 30 for 3. DeMarco Scott, 11 for 4. 11 for 5 actually, just reading on the update here. And Nikolai McKenzie, 2 for none. And Kevin Fleming, 11 for 2. A very destructive bowling lineup there, I must add, Billy. Dismissing Leewards for just 96 runs. And top scoring for Leewards was that of Denise Francis, 20 runs off 25 deliveries. And following him, Kunal Tilokani, 18 for 25. We will be back here after the lunch break with more action in the second session as Jamaica comes out to track down 96 runs.
Jose set up, Baka. Yeah. Jose.
Welcome back to our coverage of Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 17 Men's Championship. We are nestled in the St. Augustine area at the University of the West Indies, the Sir Frank Worrell Field, and news out in the middle. Two Jamaican batsmen are out there, ready to take up strike. The Mario Hall and Tyson Gordon Jr. and Kasim Challenger has the ball in hand to start the bowling for the Leeward Islands team. Leeward Islands team being dismissed for 96 after having won the toss and opting to bat. And 26.5 overs, and they were all out for 96. And alongside me, I am Billy Fulong. Alongside me, Tanveer Dan Paul. Welcome, Tanveer. What are your thoughts on this start for the Jamaican team out there in the middle, chasing down 96?
I'm thinking that Jamaica should have taken the attack should take the attack early to the Leewards. And Leeward's strategy should be, to try to get some of their spin bowling early into the innings.
We're on the way. First delivery angling in from the left-handed challenger and just swinging away. There's some moisture in the air, some dark clouds looming around, and a nice cooling breeze coming across the ground from east to west. And challenger just using that wind there to push that ball and that swing away from the left-hander out there in the middle. The Mario Hall out there, left-hander to left-hander. Loud appeal there. Not out, says the umpire, and getting appreciable movement in the air from the bowling of Kasim Challenger. And good pace as well. And just a bit overcast here. There is a rain cloud just hovering on the northern range to the north of us. Just bringing a bit of cool breeze with it. Some overcast skies across in the west that have gone past us. As Challenger goes past the umpire, past the outside edge, past the off stump and through to the wicket keeper, Tenez Francis, with the gloves here today. And Challenger bowling with 3 slips and a gully, backward point, cover and mid-off. That's the field on the offside. And just 2 on the onside. Kunal Tilokani at mid-on and Tong at long leg. Athanez at first slip. This one goes out to gully. LaShawn Bergen at gully. And Light Brown stands in the second slip with
Elrich Richards in third slip.
A nice healthy slip quarter and recognizing the need to take early wickets. With just 96 runs. Yeah, again past the outside. There's a late decision to leave it alone. Is pulling the bat inside the line, well outside the off stump. Significant movement here from Challenger, and so far Hall is up to the task. You expect with the new ball, the new Duke's ball, particularly in this kind of conditions, to move around in the air a bit.
Yes, Billy, well said. And also the way he's positioning the seam right before he releases from his hand is also helping with that swing.
Nice bounce as well to go with that swing at the end of the first over from Challenger. And no runs on the board yet. That first over, nice healthy line and length outside of the off stump. And a couple going past the outside edge, but navigated well did the Mario Hall in that over. Reminding you, this is day 1 and we're in the after lunch session, and we are day behind the other games taking place across Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados at the Inchonali Park, and at the National Cricket Centre, the Windward Islands versus Guyana under 19. That game is also being broadcast along with this one on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel, so you can tune in to both games or either one of the games, as both games are in trolling contest taking place here. This venue being used for day 1, and limited time for pitch preparation, and the ground staff, Mr. Ramnath Prasad and company, did an immaculate job to get the facility ready overnight at a moment's notice to facilitate this game. But what we've seen from the pitch, there has been some good movement in the air off the wicket and a lot of turn for the spinners in this game. As Tong it is to take up the attack from the southern end, bowling to Tyson Gordon Jr. And what we saw in the first innings, 5 wickets to captain DeMarco Scott. He got 5 for 11, the off spinner, and Kevon Fleming 2 for 11, all for 5 overs for the leg spinner. So 7 wickets to the spinners off the pad, and it'll travel to the boundary. Good place here from Tong, and just did he get some bat onto that, Tanvir?
Let's have a look at the replay here. Might be able to let you know, Billy.
Yeah, I didn't see a signal of bye. I didn't see the hand raised from the umpire. Kelman, Kolesa. Yeah, bat onto it, Tanvir.
Well played.
Yeah, which is why it sped along the ground and all the way into the boundary for 4. So Gordon rather, is off the mark. Gordon Jr. Overcompensating this time, Tong, and left alone outside the off stump. This one chipped in the air over the head of Richards, and it'll go into the boundary at mid-wicket for 4. Ball angling down the leg side again from Tong, and chipped in the air over the head of mid-wicket. I think he was aiming for that to go a bit finer, and not quite sure if it came off a leading edge to pop over the head of Richards at mid-wicket, but it's 4 runs nevertheless, and a couple boundaries in the over. Gordon goes on to 8. So Tong, a couple deliveries down the leg side, in between, one wide outside the off stump. And again this one down the leg side. No Matthew Miller in this lineup for the Leeward Islands under 17. He was labelled as the captain coming into the under 17 tournament, having just returned from the under 19 tournament, where he was the MVP for the Leeward Islands under 19 team. Miller was the leading run scorer with 182 runs. Also picked up 15 wickets along the way at an average of 16.82. This from Tong is a better line and length, and played out to mid-off on the offside. So he was the leading run scorer, Matthew Miller, as the over comes to an end. And Tyson, he stays on 8 without loss. Hall yet to get off the mark for Jamaica. And the end of Tayari Tong's over, conceding a couple boundaries. And Matthew Miller, just 16 years of age, and he was averaging 35 going into that 7th place game against the USA, which they won, and Leeward Islands finishing 7th in the under-19 tournament back in July. And Miller was named MVP for the Leeward Islands. Such was his success that it catapulted him into the West Indies under-19 squad setup, which is currently in camp in Antigua. A good delivery here, continuing along a nice line and length. Challenger was very accurate in his first over, and again starting here in the second over and continuing where he left off. And that West Indies under 19, I'm told by Mr. Junie Mitchell that Sri Lanka under 19 are on their way here to play against the West Indies under 19 team. It's a peach of a delivery here from Challenger, and this time it was closer to the off stump line, middle and off, but he's getting that swing away from the left hand batter and beats the outside edge through to wicketkeeper Francis. There are 3 slips on a gully in place waiting for that catch, and luckily they couldn't get any bat onto it. Bergen it is at gully, and Edward at third slip. Second slip is light brown, and Athenes at first slip. His Challenger again. Just dragged the length back a bit and left alone comfortably this time by Hall. As well for the Leeward Islands, Kunal Tilokani was the second leading run scorer for the Leeward Islands. Scored 179 runs at an average of 29.83. And he was looking good in the first innings here for the Leeward Islands. They were under some pressure. Tilokani, and coming in 1 down, scored 18 runs, 3 good looking boundaries, and then he was dismissed by the bowling of the captain for Jamaica, Scott. And a curious decision. He didn't quite understand why he was adjudged out, but there was a faint inside edge onto pad and caught by the wicketkeeper coming around to catch it in front of the stumps. So initially he thought he was given out LBW, but it was caught behind. Well, caught in front of the stumps as the wicketkeeper took the catch. He was looking quite good, and he fell for 18. Tilokani, and he was the 5th wicket down in the 16th over, and 14 extras in that total of 96 for the Leeward Islands. Be a bit disappointed, but it's been a bit challenging batting out there on this surface. It's offering a lot to the spinners and the fast bowlers as well, so the batters are going to have to dig deep. No devils in the pitch to speak of, but it is aiding the bowlers. On day 1 of this game between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands, end of another over and a maiden over as Jamaica remain on 8. Hall still yet to get off the mark as 3 overs have been completed in the innings. So back-to-back maidens for Challenger. Tong has been challenged to maintain a line outside the off stump. Couple deliveries down the leg side to Gibson and was put away on the onside. 2 boundaries to him has him on 8, Gordon Jr. And 2 slips in place and a wide gully. This one is wide outside the off stump. So with the absence of Miller, Tong is in the lineup, and hence taking over with the opening bowling duties for the Leeward Islands. That's very wide, signal wide by the umpire. The keeper can't quite take it in, and they come through for an extra run off of the wide, as the first slip has to do the chasing. So for the first time, Hall is going to face a tongue as the batsman changed end with that wide delivery. 2 runs to the total, 10 without loss. So he's going to have to change up his line again. He bowled a couple deliveries down the leg side to the right-handed Tyson, but those would be good deliveries now to the left-handed Hall. 2 slips and a gully, backward point cover and mid-off in place. It's another wide down the leg side this time, not signalled wide by the umpire. Just giving Tong a bit of a leeway and encouraging him to just correct that wayward delivery and not penalizing it as a wide. It's closer to the batsman, but still on his pads, tucked into the onside. Change of mind to come back for the second, as it was some good work out there. Looks like Roberts doing the chasing from mid-wicket in tandem with Tilokani, and between both of them dissuaded the batters to come through for a second. So again, a rotation of strike, and Tong will have to adjust his line for a second time. It's a better delivery. Wide in the over, 2 deliveries to come. Total now on to 11. Hall is now off the mark on 1. Loud appeal. Struck perhaps on the full, and perhaps as well heading down the leg side. Not out, says the umpire. We'll have a good look at it. Nice strong run up in from Tong. Yeah, we're definitely heading down the leg side, as was the wicket keeper. Yeah, fumble there as the ball eludes the man at point. And they're going to come through for 2, so another 2 to Gordon Jr. as the over eventually comes to an end. 13 without loss. It's been a contrasting start from the 2 fast bowlers. Batsmen just pumping themselves up there. Probably want to get to that 96 without losing a wicket. Have to have some patience. Well, I suspect the real challenger is with the ball, but the real challenge might just come when the spinners come into the attack for the Leeward Islands. Good piece here yet again from challenger. Nice tidy line and length as well. Hall so far has been up for the challenge. He's played out 2 maidens to challenger. In challenger's 2 overs. But that is very much due to the fact that challenger hasn't really given him anything that he can get away, and there are 3 slips and a gully in place for a ball that is coming across him and leaving him. As well with a 7-2 field, 7 on the offside. It's a good delivery there. There's been a number of oohs and ahs from the slip cordon. Nice pace and carry. And the bounce on this pitch has been quite good as well for the medium pacers. And it does have a lot of turn on offer for the spinners. So you have to say it's a good contest for a two-day affair. The batsmen are going to have to dig deep. Another excellent delivery here from Challenger. Perhaps he's named after his bowling. It is quite challenging facing up to him. He's pitching on or about middle and off, getting that ball to swing away from the left-handed hole. It would be interesting when the right-hander Gordon comes on to strike. And we have seen with the likes of Michael Stark and company, those left-arm fast bowlers, to get that ball to swing into right-handers, to penetrate between bat and pad. So many LBW and bold decisions we've been seeing for these left-hand fast bowlers against right-hand batters. This time he gets through the gap between the third slip and gully, and he is going to add to his one run where he got off the mark in the last over. And now this one goes all the way down to the boundary for 4. And this time he is able to get some bat with that front leg fully outstretched to the pitch of the delivery, slightly fractionally wider there from Challenger, and played all along the carpet. Good control there from Hall, and gets a boundary for his efforts. Takes the total on to 17 without loss. And Hall on to 5. This one he lifts it in the air. So he's switched gears now, and it'll travel all the way close to the boundary, and a good stop there, holding it back in, preventing Hall from getting another boundary. And just a couple of runs in the end. That one played out to our cameraman there, Sachin Balkisuni. Lifted in the air and in between the gap. Did not quite have the legs to get to the boundary. It was the legs of Roberts that chased it down. Did well to haul it back inside. So runs now starting to flow off of the bat of the Mario Hall. Short delivery. Dragged the length back. Played out to gully. And no run. Score remains 19 without loss. As the over comes to an end. Dot delivery to finish. So 2 maidens in a row for Challenger, and in this over 1 boundary and a couple of runs. So he's conceded 6 runs. A good start from Kazim Challenger. And a good start from the 2 batters out there, Gordon Jr. and Hall. Similar start we saw from the Leeward Islands with Hosea Roberts and Tanez Francis. They put on 37 runs before the fall of the wicket. Francis, he went for 20. A good start here from Jamaica after 5 overs, 19 without loss. Play after lunch. So we're going to see a bowling change here now. Richards is into the attack. Richards replaces Tong. And just as Tong was, it starts with a wide delivery outside the off stump. The wicketkeeper Francis just running up, leaving his position to have a little chat with Richards, perhaps telling him that he can get a bit closer to the off stump and pitch the ball up a little fuller. He wants Tyson Gordon driving. So Tong was a bit wayward with his start, conceding 13 runs off of his 2 overs. So no surprise that he was replaced now by Richards. It was better there. Exactly what Captain Francis requested of him, to get that ball closer to the off stump and a bit fuller. He needs to work on that delivery down that channel. See if he can get the ball just to nip off the seam, in or away, and extract whatever swing there is from the conditions. Nice short lifting delivery there. Just changing up. Better line from Richards. So both bowlers seem to be struggling a bit with their line from the southern end. Tong and Richards. Another wide delivery outside the off stump. They're going to have to be a lot closer if they want to challenge Jamaica and get a couple wickets and get themselves back in this contest, having been dismissed for 96 runs. Nice cooling breeze comes across the ground here at the UE Spec facility. There are some dark clouds around, none here at the ground currently. Short and pulled away, and some work out there on the fine leg boundary. Sticks a boot out and cannot prevent it going in. Cannot prevent it going into the boundary. Challenger sticking the left boot out, and a good pull shot here. Dug in for a second time in the over by Richards, but he was on top of it and he got the boot on it, but stopped it inside the rope, but the ball still had enough momentum to take it into the boundary rope and go away for 4. So a good shot there from Tyson Gordon Jr., just showing that he can play that pull shot, and gets 4 runs. 23 without loss. A better delivery here and well left alone by Gordon Jr. And the end of the over. 6 overs gone. 23 without loss, and Gordon Jr. now on to 14. And the Mario Hall is just starting to get on the way. And challenger it is that will continue. Just having a look at the captain, Tanez Francis, doing wicket keeping duties today. And he's just indicating something to the dressing room, and in fact it's going to be a change of personnel on the field. Richards, it seems to be coming off the field, and Xavier Pemberton is coming on. So it might just be an adjustment to his boot or so. Richards, who is currently into the attack. So he's left the field at the end of his over. Challenger it is to continue, and Pemberton on the field at mid-on. We will continue with 3 slips a gully and the backward point. The fielders behind point. There is a fine leg in place and that mid-on in Pemberton. 2 men on the onside. And this one is down the leg side, but Francis does well to get across and collect that on the bounce. Never easy for a wicket keeper with a left-hander coming over the wicket. You stand a bit wider, especially as he's getting that ball to swing away to the left of the wicket keeper and run down the leg side. He showed good foot movement to get across it and pick up cleanly on the bounce. It's not easy to pick it up on the bounce either. So good work there by Francis. And it's a appeal for caught behind, loud appeal, and eventually umpire Rajkumar raises his hand and Hall is going to have to go. We've seen a number of deliveries go past the outside here, swinging away from the left-hander, and on this occasion he does get the chance to bite the edge, and perhaps coming off the toe end of the bat or the lower portion of the bat, and nodding in the affirmative was umpire Rajkumar, and the Hall has to go. He started to get going against challenger in the last over, striking a boundary and then pushing one aerially through the covers and got 2 runs for it. But on this occasion, searching for that ball again, trying to continue on with his scoring after he was pegged down for 2 maiden overs against challenger. And he's lost his wicket. Have another look at it here again. He's chasing a wide delivery. And Francis, with the gloves, elated as he took that catch. So Jamaica lose their first wicket with the score on 23. With the Leeward Islands posting 96 in the first innings. Fighting back here is the Leewards, Tanvir.
And coming into strike now will be the captain of Jamaica, Mr. Demario Scott, number 66. Let's see how he shapes up to the bowler. Kasim Challenger.
A nice cooling breeze comes across the ground.
The winds are picking up here at the UE spec ground.
Our tent firmly anchored.
Yes, Billy, firmly anchored. Not lifting off and going anywhere today.
And DeMarco Scott looking to anchor down. The captain looking to anchor down the innings here for Jamaica to try firstly to overhaul this 96 runs posted. So we're going to get an opportunity now for the left-hander challenger to bowl to the right-hander. And he starts with a shortish delivery, looking to dig it in, but it didn't make a lot of height. 3 slips in place and a gully. But as I mentioned, Tanvir, those left-handers that swing that ball back into the right-hander to try and breach their defense, to get between bat and pad. It's an enthralling contest.
Yes, and definitely with the winds picking up here, all that are factors to help the ball swing bigger. And like you said, 3 slips and a gully, the bowler is definitely going to try to get the batter in a mindset here to try and, you know, make a really silly mistake, maybe an error.
Goes past the outside edge. More oohs and ahs out there in the middle. And Challenger is proving very challenging in his opening spell here. Picked up a wicket already. Started off with 2 maidens against Hall, who couldn't really lay bat on ball. Showed good judgment as well to leave a few outside the off stump. But eventually, as he started to get going, struck a boundary and started to pick up a couple runs. And again, going after a one thrown out wide there by Challenger. Got the outside edge to wicketkeeper Francis and lost his wicket. Just 7 runs in his 22 deliveries. The Mario Hall. Yeah, this time it's a perfect delivery to the left-hander. But too wide, starting it too wide down the leg side. To the right-hander. 1 delivery left in the over. Needs to get it absolutely right. Started on a wrong middle and off, or even off stump. And with this wind and shine on the ball, this Duke's ball, try to get it to tail back into middle and leg.
He can even try coming from the next side, Billy. Definitely might make a different change of play here. Seeing that he's angled it into the butter.
Loud appeal, and he did exactly. It's going to travel all the way to the boundary, but the focus was on the umpire, as that one, wait for the umpire's decision if he got some bat onto that, and signal runs by umpire Rajkumar. But that is exactly the type of delivery there, Tanvi. It's starting on a wrong off stump and starts to swing, late swing, and getting enough bat onto it to take it down the leg side, and 4 runs. Gets off the mark, Scott. And 27 for 1, Jamaica. And although he conceded another boundary challenger in that over, he was very, very tight. A successful over, and picked up the wicket of the opener Hall.
Coming to the attack now is number 5, Eric Richards, for the Leeward Islands under 17.
We saw him leave the field at the end of his last over. Xavier Pemberton came onto the field, and immediately when the wicket fell, Richards ran back onto the field. So perhaps just a slight adjustment to his boot or so. Yeah, this is how he started his first delivery when he was brought on to replace Tong wide outside the off stump. Francis then had a word with him, and he adjusted quite well. Brought the ball closer to the 4th, 5th stump line and even produced a short delivery that was pulled away by Gibson. But it was an attacking delivery as well, a wicket-taking delivery, but Gordon was up to the task. So he's going to have to make that adjustment again here. Richards. And bailing out of it this time. Not quite happy. And I just wonder, Tanvir, we saw Tong just struggle a bit with his bowling and his line and lengths. Now there is a spot landing your left front foot on delivery at the popping crease. They have been working on it, the ground staff, in the breaks, the drinks breaks as well as the lunch interval. And a bit of the turf has come up. We saw it coming up in the pitch report and might just be impacting the bowlers a bit. As you can see, a puff of dust just kicking up there when that front foot lands.
Yes. Yes, Billy, that could be affecting the bowlers as well.
Might just be skidding a bit that front foot and destabilizing the delivery action.
And could also send them into a no ball when landing.
Well, if you land before, you're in no danger of being called a no ball, even if you slide over the crease. But I just wonder, as that front leg just slips a bit, it'll drag the head down and the hand down and push it wide outside the off stump. If you look at him upon delivery, you can see the head just fall away as well. Might be part of his normal bowling action, but it will certainly not be aided if there's any loose footing in that area in the landing zone. We just saw a bit of the crease was coming up when we were doing the toss and the pitch report. And as we said, the ground staff have been working on that spot. Remember, they were not have prepared for this game. It was scheduled for another venue. So late yesterday after lunch, the ground staff would have been called into action. It's a full toss here, and the no ball signal for height by umpire Kelman Cowlesser. And certainly not happy running up on bowling from this end. The two fast bowlers for the Leeward Islands. Also a signal of 1 for the over for height from the umpire. Not quite sure if there was a warning there. I don't think it was. Fuller length this time. And the ground staff, Mr. Prasad and company, would have been called in late by Dr. Rampasad to try and get things in place for a start here today. And they've done an excellent job on such short notice to get this game underway, to ensure that there is cricket for these two teams. There are only 3 rounds for the 2-day format, so it would have been very disappointing had these two teams not been able to get their first round off and underway. And missing out on a match. A change of sides. He's coming round the wicket now, is Richard. And again he bowls it wide, trying to go across the right-handed Gordon Jr. And I suspect, Tanvir, that he certainly is having an issue with that front foot landing and deciding now to go round the wicket.
Yes, Billy, you can see it is affecting him. Maybe when landing. Definitely when landing. Train him off of his run-up. That could also be an issue and a hazard for injury.
Full into the onside, and you saw the mid-wicket just retreating before he bowled that delivery. They go for 1 and they are going to come for 2. As Tong, it was at mid-wicket, just started to backpedal before the bowler turned at the top of his mark, and there was the wicketkeeper Francis just waving his hands to Richard to indicate that he was dropping the mid-wicket out. And trying to bowl a Yorker delivery was Richards. Only ended up in bowling a full toss out to that man at mid-wicket. And just a single in the end after all of that fanfare as the over comes to an end. And 28 for 1 after 8. So the Leeward Islands just having a bit of an issue with the bowling from the southern end. And both bowlers, Richards and Tong, not able to settle the line and length. We saw Henry for Jamaica. Challenger it is. A Good delivery here to the right-handed Scott. He's going to try again. He was hit for a 4 off of the inside edge of the bat of Scott in the last over with a ball swinging into him. So Challenger was a bit unlucky. He's been bowling quite well. 2 maidens so far on the wicket. Perico Henry for Jamaica was bowling from that southern end and did have a couple issues with wide deliveries as well. But of course, that was early on in the innings. He opened the bowling. I believe 6 overs he bowled at the top. Challenger, loud appeal! Not out, says the umpire. Very confident were the Leeward Islands players. And it looked good. There had to be some bat involved here. Or perhaps heading down the leg side. There was appreciable swing. And you could see from the bowler Challenger there as well. He almost, it wasn't as a vociferous appeal as it came from, as it was with the slip on the wicket keeper. Probably perhaps seeing that it was tailing down the leg side. And a good decision there from umpire Rajkumar. And whips it down to Tong. Right knee, long barrier. Gets the throw in and just a single. And I was making the point, Tanvir. Henry, when he was bowling in the first innings, he would have bowled early on in the piece in the first hour of play from that end. So that spot we were looking at with landing foot, his left foot, the pitch would have been in a better condition at the start of the innings. But as the game wore on and more bowlers bowled running through that line and landing in that zone, perhaps let's loosening it up a bit more. And now we're into the innings of Jamaica. So it's a bit worn, that area.
Yes, Billy. Oh, and that's a beautiful delivery there outside the off stump. Like I said before, Billy, the bowlers need to be careful as well, because that could cause injury when landing with their front foot. Could cause strain on their muscle, pulling.
Yeah, I've known players just skidding through that front crease and just in the groin area, getting a bit of a groin strain.
Yes.
Because that front leg, whether it's braced or bent, it's an anchor for that catapult as the right hand comes over.
And as you can see, the anchor where you land is really loose now. Ooh, and that's a beautiful delivery there.
And what I've been impressed with, Tanvir, as well, has been the wicket keeping of Francis. He's quite nimble on his feet and moved across quite nicely to take that one as it went past the outside edge. He was also in an excellent position with his quick feet movement, that if it did take the edge, he was exactly already in line to take a catch. So quite impressive.
And we also
I hope we don't jinx him.
We haven't seen any error from him as well. All the balls are going down leg side. He has covered them really good.
And he's balled him. That ball, that is the ball I've been speaking about, Tanvir. It starts on that off-stump line, swings back into the right-hander, breaching the defenses between bat and pad, and knocks the stumps out of the gong. He's been a challenging prospect here, the left-handed open bowler, Kasim Challenger, and picks up his second wicket. Jamaica losing their second wicket with the score on 31 and also losing their captain.
Yes.
Have a look at it here again. It was an exemplary decision, bowling delivery from Challenger. Off stump, clean out of the ground. I had as much difficulty saying that as he had playing that delivery.
Yes, Billy. But I must say, there's a lot of talent here, and from both teams, under 17. Really good talent, both batting display and from the bowling as well. And number 63 is coming out now for the Leewards.
Savio Jones. It is out to bat. Richards is remarking his run-up from over the wicket. And just adjusting as well the length of his run-up. Still about 30 yards or so, I estimate. Meanwhile, Tyson Gordon Jr. is at the other end. He's on
back of the length delivery there. Batting right now is Tyson Gordon Jr. Facing Tyson Gordon Jr. There's a little error with the scoring here as DeMarco Scott. Yeah, I'll try to rectify that in a little while, Billy. But yes, they have made an error, but Tyson Gordon Jr. is still on strike, and DeMarco Scott did get bowled. I'll be back shortly.
So we just can't get confirmation on that. Meanwhile, we are sure that's Richards into the attack. Coming off the inner portion of the bat to tongue at mid-wicket. So it looks to be DeMarco Scott out there. So it would have been Tyson Gordon who was dismissed for 16. Bowled by challenger. Called through for a quick single. And safe in the end. Good backing up there from Xavier Jones. As his captain, Scott called him through for that single. So 2 for 33. We're into the 10th over. The first objective, as they trail by 63 runs, the first objective will be to get to that first innings total of 96 by the Leeward Islands.
No ball. Yeah.
Yeah, not for the first time. Signaled a no ball for height by umpire Cowlesson. Now we will see if there was a warning. Yes, it's his second warning. And he is going to be removed from the attack now, Richards. And clearly struggling, the two bowlers from the southern end. Not quite sure if it's their feet landing position. But a second no ball for height from Eric Richards, and he has to be withdrawn from the attack. And it's going to be a new bowler to replace him. It's not going to be Tong, so he's not going to come back. Tayari Tong into the attack. It is in fact Tong. Will come into the attack. Is to complete the over of Richards. There have been 3 legal deliveries in the over, 1 wide and a no ball. And they got a run off of that no ball as well. Good support for Tong coming back into the attack here from the Leeward Island fielders. Again, it's a wide delivery, called wide by the umpire. He's given a lot of leeway, umpire Cowlesser, but forced on this occasion to signal that one wide. It was very wide of the pitch. Not quite sure if it even landed within the white lines. And we'll take the positive from it. It's been excellent wicket keeping from the captain Francis with the gloves to get across to these wide deliveries. It's a better delivery here. That's exactly where he needs to be. And this is one of the tests that you get with the longer version of the game. A 2-day encounter here, as with the regional 4-day competition and test matches over the course of 5 days. You have to struggle through whatever issues you have, whether it's be issues with your body or injuries or pitch conditions or run-up irregularities. It's a good delivery here. It's a test of your ability, and it's being tested here. Leeward Island bowlers from the southern end of the over. Chasing 96 in the first innings set by Leeward Islands, 36 for 2. Jamaica. Leeward Islands had first strike. They would have been disappointed only getting to 96 runs. The spinners took 7 wickets, with the captain who's out there, DeMarco Scott, getting 5 wickets. And the leg spinner Fleming picked up 2 wickets in the innings. 5 for 11 DeMarco Scott got, and 2 for 11 Kevon Fleming. So 60 runs behind. As challenger will continue after having picked up the wicket of Tyson Gordon Jr. for 16. He's going to be bowling to Jones. This one pushed through, covers off the back foot. It's going to be a couple of runs. It travels close to the boundary, but it's hauled back in. And they come through for 2. 2 runs to the total. Loud appeal, another full delivery, and he's given out LBW. Savio Jones, the 3rd wicket here falls. It's a repeat of the delivery from challenger. Full and swinging into the right-handed batsman, and it hits his front boot first, and perhaps on the full as well. No hesitation in sending that one out, LBW. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar. So Jamaica now lose their 3rd wicket, and we've been speaking about the spin that the spinners got from the surface, taking 7 wickets in that first innings of the Leeward Islands. All 3 wickets here that have fallen have gone to the left arm fast bowler Kasim Challenger, and he's proving to be a handful here. 3 for 13 he has into his 6th over. And Demario Hall was caught by the wicketkeeper for 7. And the challenger's second wicket, Gordon Jr., he went bowled for 16. And now LBW, Savio Jones, a full-length delivery, hitting him on the front foot. And no choice but to give that out. And he went for 2. Odean Binns, who held the gloves for the Jamaicans in the first innings, is out there in the middle. And he as well in the under-19 back in July for the Leeward Islands has been up and down the batting order. And now he has a task to do here. This one dabbed past the third slip. Diving away was Tilokani, but he can't get a hand to it. It goes into the boundary for 4. So in control of that shot there to get off the mark. Odean Binns just dabbing it past the third slip. In between third slip and gully, all the way down to the boundary for 4. Just has to be careful with that shot. There are 3 in the slip cordon as well as a gully, but bisected it perfectly. So he's off the mark with 4. It's another full Yorker length delivery, but this time right outside the off stump. And he gets the bat down in time to dig it out. .42 for 3. 1 delivery to come in the 11th over. This is the 6th over on the trot for the opening fast bowler, Kasim Challenger. And he might just be taken out of the attack after the completion of this over, his 6th over. It's a good delivery there, but well judged. It wasn't coming back as much as the first slip and second slip thought. Goes past the off stump, over the top of the stumps as well. And a dot delivery. 42 for 3, 11 overs gone. So Tong is going to continue, reminding you that Richards was withdrawn from the attack after bowling his 2nd over the waist full toss. He will not be allowed to bowl again in the innings. So a setback here for the Leeward Islands. They're going to be a bowler short. Pleasant looking cover drive and diving away, tumbling stop there at cover. Binns now on strike, 43 for 3. This is the 3rd over of Tayari Tong. It's a loud appeal for LBW, called through for the single by Scott from the non-strikers, and a late response from Binns, but they do come through for the single in the end. A leg by it is 44 for 3. Short and driving pleasantly off the back foot. This time he does bisect the field. Tulokani is giving chase. He's going to haul it back in. Just 1. Good work there from Kunal. Limits the scoring to 1. A good shot off the back foot there from Scott. Excellent delivery there from Tong. Digging it out. It's Bins. Another Yorker delivery off the edge. And the first and second slip converge. Neither could get their hands under it. Just wondering if it carried. Have a look at it here again. Off the outside edge, and it certainly did carry, diving away to his left. Got his left hand to it, and it couldn't stick in that left hand, and the chance goes a begging. That man light brown, light on his feet there, but couldn't get his left hand to that ball to stick in his left hand. And a life offered, and a return to the wide delivery, and there's the Marco Scott. As an afterthought, I'm not sure what shot he was shaping to play after that ball passed. Have a look at it here, his reaction after this ball passed. Certainly was a wide, and have a look at Scott here. Oh, nice looking cover drive this time, and Kunal is giving chase as well. Good pursuit, excellent stop, diving and hauling it back in. And limiting the batters, it's just one run. And an excellent bit of work there in the outfield from Tilukani. As the over comes to an end, 49 for 3. And the end of that tongue over, 19 he's conceded in his 3 overs. The score 49 for 3. And DeMarco Scott on 10. And Odin Binns on 5. And we're going to take a bit of a drinks break here. And we'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back here after the drinks break. As we have DeMarco Scott on 10 runs off a 16 delivery, and Odin Binns 5 off 6, 49 for 3 in 12 overs. Current run rate 4.08 as Jamaica bowled Leewards for 96 in 26.5 overs in the first session. Right now we have Kasim Challenger having the most wickets for Leewards right now. 3 wickets for 17 runs, 2 maidens in 6 overs. Just have a look there at the groundsman, just repainting the crease. And Jathan Edward will be coming into the attack now. Umpires for this game is Kelman Kolasar and Lydon Rajkumar. Match referee Ram Sahai Ramesar. Just showing you that Leewards Island under 17 won the toss and they elected to bat first. And joining me back on commentary here is Billy Furlong.
Yeah, Tanvir, I just had a run out to the middle during the drinks break, and I won't be doing that anytime soon.
I most believe they picked you up on the live, Billy.
I wanted to have a look at that spot. That landing spot for the fast bowlers at the southern end. It is a bit scuffed up. Some of the turf has come up. And it's going to be a case of the ground staff. As you can see, the ground staff just leaving painting over the line as well. Because just at that landing site, there's a lot of loose dirt. There's already a deep impression in the turf for the front foot for the fast bowlers. So much so, as you did mention, the bowlers skidding across the line as well have dug a deep groove into the turf, just a couple millimeters, but enough just to throw off the fast bowlers. Leg spin into the attack. Jathan Edward.
A really good inspection there, Billy. So there is a little deformation in the pitch. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery there from Mr. Edward.
And as you suggested, Tanvir, you know that front foot sliding across the front foot. The umpires do have that issue of being able to identify no balls from the front foot. With that erosion of that batting crease. And just having the ground staff tend to that area during the drinks break, painting over the lines. And it's going to require a little bit more time to do some work in that landing zone for that front foot. And I do suspect good delivery. I do suspect, Tanvir, that it's going to be happening continuously during the course of these 2 days to work on that area.
No, the reason being too, Billy, the original venue is supposed to be Pier Road and the outfield is unplayable, and last minute change of venue to here at UE Spec St. Augustine didn't give the ground staff enough time to prepare.
And this one here from Binns is taking the pitch out of the equation, lifting a half volley over the head of extra cover and into the boundary for 4. So it looks like Binns wants to do some scoring of his own here as the 50 comes up with that boundary. He's on to 9, 53 for 3 in the 12th over. So after the drinks break, the leg spin have been brought into the attack. We saw the leg spin of Fleming for the Jamaicans pick up 2 wickets for 11. And
a good feeling there.
They're hoping that Edward could, if not reproduce that type of bowling performance, but also do one better as his over comes to an end. 53 for 3.
Jamaica trail by 43 runs.
Yeah, there's going to be a bowling change here as well from the southern end. Looks like Kunal Tilokani is going to come into the attack.
I think you're correct, Billy. It is Tilokani.
A medium pacer. His best figures was 3 for 19 in the recently concluded under-19 tournament across in St. Kitts.
Bowling change.
I believe he got that 3 for 19 in that victory
That's middle and leg.
for the Leeward Islands. Have to double check if it was against the USA, a couple of victories.
I think he's bowling spin, Billy.
Well, it certainly is a short run-up. And I just wonder. There it is, off spin, your right hand veer.
Really good first delivery from him there.
Yeah, bang on target. Francis just trying to get the attention of Richards at mid-on for him to retreat just about 5 yards deeper. He is quite straight at mid-on as well. So there's a first slip in place, a leg slip. The two catchers. Swept around the corner. Impact outside the off stump. A loud appeal and given out here. And I just wonder again, Tanvir, if it was given out for a catch instead of the LBW.
Let's have a look at it here. I think it's given for catch. Let's just get a... Because it looked like it came off of the edge of the bat, the top edge of the bat. As he's also replaying the shot there.
No, he indicated in that replay that he was waving the bat. So I'm not sure if he was indicating that he thought he hit it and shouldn't be out LBW. But he would have confirmed if the umpire himself had given it out for a catch coming off the back of the bat. It's the only thing I can see where the ball would have come into contact with the bat after he played the shot. And diving forward, taking the catch there was light brown. At that leg slip position, diving forward and picking that catch up just before he touched the turf. So the off spin, as we saw Scott taking 5 for 11 with his off spin for Jamaica. Now Telokani coming on and picking up a wicket in his first over.
And now Nikolai McKenzie will be going to face.
Better. What is coming wrong to you?
This will be very interesting as well, as Francis again is gesticulating to his fielders, trying to urgently grasp their attention to set the field.
And it's confirmed by the scorers here that DeMarco Scott was caught.
Loud appeal, but angling down the leg side as two slips in place, Tanvir, for the off spinner coming around the wicket. And already you see that he's looking to bowl it into middle and leg in anticipation of a lot of turn. As it goes past the outside edge, and there is that turn. Hence the reason for the two slips. As evidence in the first innings from Jamaica, there's a lot of turn on offer. And Tilokani bang on spot already in his first over. And have a look at that turn there, Tanvir. Pitching middle and leg. And beating the outside edge and the off stump. And an excellent take from wicketkeeper Francis again.
And look at that replay here, Billy.
That is exaggerated turn, to say the least. We even saw the googlies from Fleming turn appreciably on this pitch.
And that was actually Tilokani's wicket maiden.
A wicket maiden, correct, for Tilokani's first over, and very impressive as well. He was bang on target with his length of delivery and knew exactly what line he needs to bowl with the amount of turn he's anticipating. Pitching, so he didn't start it on the off stump, not even middle and off. He went straight into middle and leg, knowing how much turn he's going to get.
And Jatan Edwards is back into the attack here.
He's bowled him around his legs, the leg spinner. We've been mentioning how much turn is there. Binns is going to have to go. The fifth wicket is going to be down for 53. And have a look at this. They're pitching down the leg side and spinning behind him.
And the batter just is still out here in the middle, just looking on at like what did happen. He's now making his way off of the field.
That's the type of spin you would associate with the likes of the legend Shane Warne. A few times we've seen him pitch behind the batsman on the leg side and spinning back and hitting middle stump. The great Shane Warne. is a name from the past as well. A young Bishu, once the ICC Emerging Player of the Year.
Joel Williams now takes his place at the crease. Excellent bowling from Williams in the first innings. Let's see if Joel Williams could have.
Yo, two. Yo. Buddha. Why you? Like. Jose.
So Joel Williams, the new batter, and Mackenzie as well, as you mentioned, Tanvi. Two new batters yet to get off the mark now. And a peach of a delivery there from Jathan Edward, reminded of Devendra Bishu, once the ICC Emerging Player of the Year.
Like I said earlier, Joel Williams had a really good innings with the ball. Let's see if he could have one with the bats as well.
Well, he was the one to start things going with his 3 wickets in the first innings. And got the wicket of the captain, who was motoring along.
Just
Francis, have a look at this here again, behind his legs. Delivery that Devendra Bishu himself would be proud of. You're liking that dismissal. Also bowled a peach of a delivery. I'm reminded by our producer, perhaps it was against the English. It was very close to the ball of the century. It's just the older generation just reliving great memories from the past. And here is Edward trying to create memories of his own.
Go, Jose. Well done.
5 for 53, chasing down 96 for a first innings points. This one's he's shuffling across, playing on the back foot.
As you can see, Billy, spin is really dominating on this pitch here today, just as we saw yesterday as well at the NCC.
Yo, da.
So a wicket apiece for Edward, and 1 for 4 he has in 2 overs, and Tilokani has 1 wicket, no runs, 1 maiden, 1 over. Immaculate figures. 8 extras in the innings, 5 wides, 2 no balls. Richards being pulled out of the attack, and it might just be a blessing in disguise that Richards was pulled out of the attack for 2 full tosses over the height of the waist, signal no ball. And so much so that they were forced to make a change. Tong came in to replace and bowl the over out, and he was replaced by Tilokani, who's on now. Starting this time on the leg stump, or fractionally outside. Edward does the fielding at mid-wicket. So 2 slips in place. And it seems as though every delivery here is going to be an event.
Tilakani definitely knows what he's doing, as you can see here, Billy. Definitely knows he hasn't missed his length at all. And he's ripping that ball as well.
There's the edge. Shrieky shot goes away for runs. Giving chase out there, holding it back in. Bramble. They get 2, but peeling off the outside edge, and warning signs there. Mackenzie off the mark. .55 for 5. Not just turn, but bounce as well.
Have a look at the players there.
Not out.
That one just angled down the leg side. over. 5 for 5. 16 overs. 1 for 2. Kunal Tilokani. Mackenzie on 2. Williams yet to get off the mark as the wind is now gusting here in St. Augustine at the Sir Frank Worrell Field. Forward. It's Williams. Williams has the added advantage of a longer reach down the wicket to smother the spin. Might just have to change his length a bit here, Edward, for the taller Joel Williams. Looks quite competent.
Well played there for a single by Joel. Bringing Nikolai Mackenzie back onto the attack. Onto strike, sorry. Is the first slip and a leg slip in place?
You are sweet. Hold on, Jason. Hold on, Edward. See how you guys sweet, man. Now that. Okay, disappoint. Don't have a disappointed. Now then, shot it. Now you guys single again.
One more legal delivery for this over here by Jetta and Edward. Oh, that's a brilliant shot there, finding the gap between the two fielders, and it goes all the way for 4 runs. Well played by Mackenzie. Have a look at the replay there. This plays a shot with a lot of class. Finding the gap between the two fielders there. Just an update at the Ishan Ali Park. Prisal, Trinidad and Tobago made 252 in 81 overs undeclared, and Barbados is currently batting at 188 for 4 in 54.3 overs. And just to give you an update at the National Cricket Centre as well, Windies 281 for 9 undeclared in 76.1 overs, and Guyana is currently batting 185 for 6 in 52.4 overs. And here at the UE ground, Kunal Tilokani comes back into the attack.
Ken beats the outside edge. It's been a good battle out there. Both pace and spin from the two teams. It seems as though it's a good fight back from both Barbados and Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago and Windward Islands respectively in those two other games. In the air, chipped in the air. It's going to go over the head of Richards and trying to turn it into the onside. Ill-advised shot, gets a leading edge, popped up in the air. Richards giving chase. He's not all the way at a traditional mid-off position, just about 5 or 10 yards deeper. And we saw a couple overs ago, Tanvir, Francis was trying to get his attention to get him to drop deeper, and that one just popped over his head.
Yes, Billy, they did signal him to stay back a little closer to the boundary ropes, right where he might have taken the catch.
And I'm not quite sure if he deviated from that position, but again Francis pushes him back a bit deeper. It's again in the air and just landing in front of Edward and to the right of extra cover as well. It's not carrying to the fielders at the moment, and deliveries being hit in the air, and Mackenzie walks down to have a word with Williams. It's a cautionary word to get on top of the bounce and lead with that top hand. Don't bring that bottom hand into it, as you'll pop it up in the air. And beats the outside edge. Very testing bowling, testing conditions indeed for the two batters out there. But struggling on, fighting on, trying to get to that total of 96 to get those first inning points are 62 for 5. Williams on 3, Mackenzie on 6. As he trailed by 34 runs. And there's going to be a bowling change here, Tanvir. Jaquan Athenes, who was stationed at first slip, and now he's going to come into the attack. There's going to be 2 slips in place as well. Light Brown at first slip and Tilokani at second slip. We already seen a good catch taken by Brown at leg slip. Off spin from Athenes.
And you're definitely seeing a lot of turn as well.
This one short and cut to cover, but Tong is in the way. Gets a left hand down and makes the stop. Certainly had some runs on it if it had gotten past him.
Definitely. CC2 for 5 here. Chikon Athenes.
Flighty delivery and a catch by Brown at first slip. What an outstanding fielder this young man is. It's his second immaculate catch in this innings. He's 2 for 2. Another wicket falls now with the score on the 62. Exceptional bit of fielding there by Light Brown to his left. Actually, he put one down at second slip off of the fast bowler Richards, diving away, a difficult chance to his left, but the other 2 of the spinners is held on.
Definitely made up for it.
It was a full-blooded drive from Mackenzie, so it would have travelled with pace to him at first slip and down to his left. Excellent catch taken. So Kevon Fleming is out in the middle. Number 99, not 97, as he was initially listed. But after he picked up 2 wickets in that first innings and his captain Scott 5, and dismissing the Leeward Islands for 96, he might not have envisaged that he would be back out to bat before the tea session. So wickets tumbling, 16 wickets falling in the day's play.
One.
44 overs and 16 wickets later, Jamaica are 62 for 6 and 19 overs gone. So definitely their sights would be on these remaining 34 runs to get that first inning points. Richards.
Tilokani is also talking to Richards and explaining to him, that is what I'm going to bowl, that is what I'm going to look for. Please find yourself there and get ready to take a catch.
And Francis is just moving them across to the right positions, and he's continuously having to adjust his field, the wicket keeper. Oh, that's a perfect delivery if ever there was. I guess perfect would be the outside edge, but that is as close to perfect as possible.
And he does have the protection with a 2 slip over there. Not to mention the keeper. The keeper is doing exceptionally well. I think he might dive the second slip to just get the catch as well. I must say, Billy.
Yeah, he's definitely been, and it's not easy as well. He would have been given again the captaincy after Matthew Miller was sent off to the West Indies under 19 camp. And donning the gloves as well as the captaincy. And he would certainly need the cooperation of his fielders to continuously keep looking at their captain for any adjustments he's making in the field. Not to mention just staying on the ball and alerts out there. Oh, that's a good delivery. And there's Francis again. And it's a similar length delivery, but he has his eyes on the delivery. And that one not turning as much, but more bounce. And he was right there over the top of middle stump, rising with the delivery to take that one. And that's a danger delivery there, just pitching on middle and leg. Smiles from Williams as it spun across him. But he covered the spin quite well, but there was an appreciable turn on that delivery. Yeah, another exceptional delivery there, past the outside edge. End of the over, another over from Tilokani. His fourth. He is 1 for 4. Very testing bowling here from the young man. 62 for 6. Another maiden for Tilokani. Williams on 3 and Fleming new to the crease, yet to score. Perico Henry is already padded up, ready if need be, as Athenes will continue.
Athenes also picking up a wicket meter in his first over. And they trail by 34 runs.
It's a good delivery here from Athenes, taking over from Jathan Edward, who has 1 for 9 in his 3 overs. So a wicket apiece for the spinners. And I suspect as well Athenes coming into the bowling with the removal of Edwards from the bowling attack. So he's going to have to anticipate much more bowling, not just from him but all the spinners as well. Just to remind our viewers that Eric Richards was withdrawn from the attack after having bowled a second over the waist full toss. He's not going to be allowed to bowl for the remainder of the innings. They popped in the air down to mid-on. And Francis has kept very attacking fields throughout this innings. There is a leg slip in place as well as a first slip. And it goes to Kunal at that leg slip area. And just wondering if there was any bat onto that. Could that have been an opportunity? End of the over, 21 gone, 62 for 6. It landed just in front of him, or did it go to his hand? It was low down to his ankles. I have to say that was some excellent camera work by Mr. Kadir Mohammed to follow that ball through to Tilokani, matched only by the ability of the producer to get it on replay. There is Tilokani from our other cameraman, your good buddy Mr. Sachin Balkisoon. Oh, that's an excellent delivery. He's allowed appeal, asking the umpire if there was any bat involved there. Another excellent take from the wicket keeper.
Have a replay of that here.
That's virtually an unplayable delivery. He would have done well to get an edge onto that. All smiles around the ground. Another word from Fleming, this time to Williams.
There's a lot to turn there, Billy. A lot is coming from. He's dropping at that leg and turning it into off. Turning it to off.
And we saw this amount of spin from the Marco Scott for Jamaica when he was bowling to get his 5 wickets. These guys would want to take this pitch back home with them. Put it in their back pocket.
They might be able to do just a little sample from this end.
So it's hit high up in the air. It's traveling out. There's a man there at long on settling under it. And he spills the catch. That's LaShawn Bergen there. Placed specifically, and we've been mentioning by Francis, the captain, placing his fielders exactly where he wants them, trying to break the shackles there. And I just wonder, and I mentioned it earlier, Tanvir, that white marking on the ground, which was the boundary rope for the women's under 19, if that came into his eye line and he thought he was on the boundary edge and thought that he was pushing it back, a question only he can answer. But it has to be said, Francis stationed him exactly where he knew he wanted him to be. The chance on offer is a strong breeze across the ground as well. He had to take a few steps back. It's another excellent delivery there. An appeal from Light at second slip as he races down for the end of the over to take his position at first slip on the other end. He's eager to hold on to something there, is Brong. But Bergen couldn't hold on to that catch at, well, he's not at long on. He was just at a deep mid-on position, and it would have been swirling around with the wind out here. And he seemed to settle quite comfortably, fingers up in the air, Australian style, trying to take the catch. And I just wonder, Tanvir, if he thought he was on the boundary ropes and pushed it back. Hit in the air again, this time from Fleming, and it will go close to the rope. And a diving effort there.
And a save.
Did he hold it back in, Bramble? Yeah, no signal from the umpire, so an excellent bit of work out there in the deep, recognizing that not a lot of runs here to play with. Just 96, as it's 6-6 for 6. Jamaica in the 23rd over. Not wanting to play devil's advocate here with the score on 66 for 6, Tanvir. But just one more wicket here would make things very interesting indeed. It's already been very interesting.
Yes, very, very interesting, yeah, Billy.
Fleming looking to be aggressive. Again he goes in the air. It's high up. Backpedaling is the fielder and gets a hand to it, but cannot prevent it from going over the rope. And it's that man, LaShawn Bergen, again gets his left hand to it. The effort is applauded, but I just wonder if Francis wants to send his fielders all the way back on the boundary rope now for both these batters, as they are eyeing up that 96 runs. And they are going to take their chances. They do not want to be bogged down by the spinners with the turn on offer. And they are looking to take advantage now and go over the head of the fielders close in. So long on has dropped back. And mid-off is still, he's not all the way out to the boundary, but he remains in that position at a deep mid-off. Jaden Bramble turn into the onside, just dragging the length back, Athenes. So a half chance in the over, falling again to Bergen, who got a hand onto that skyer from Fleming. Couldn't hold it in, went for 4, 70 for 6. 23 overs gone. Fleming now on to 6, and Joel Williams, the positive Joel Williams, is on 5 off of 26 deliveries. He's trying to be positive here to navigate his way through this wave of spin bowling from both ends.
What you feel like? Okay, yeah,
This time not giving him much room. It's out to Bergen, who races in. Again, he's not on the boundary rope. He is on that, let's say, 50-yard marking on the pitch,
over to you.
as well as Richards. They're not all the way on the boundary, and again Richards is being shuffled across by his captain Francis. And each time he has to move him, he's moving him to the exact same position where he should be, at deep mid-on. Loud appeal on the back foot, struck, and out LBW. Kevin Fleming, he pushed him back here. Tilokani not pitching this one up, and struck in front, and another wicket falls now. There he is, a replay, and he was on his toes but struck on the back leg, and the 7th wicket goes now for 71. And I did see, not trying to play devil's advocate, if a wicket falls, it's now 71 for 7, and the excitement is building here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field, the University of the West Indies, in this encounter between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. Low scoring affair, challenging batting conditions,
Both
making
teams,
for a very exciting game, Tanvir.
very, very exciting game here.
Pakistan right here.
So the new batsman is the left-arm fast bowler Adrian Silvera. Had an excellent opening spell early on this morning in the morning session of day 1. Did not pick up a wicket, but bowled 4 overs for 9 runs. And much like Challenger, minus the wickets, he was able to hold that immaculate line and length, and couldn't quite penetrate the defenses of Francis and Roberts at the top of the order, as they put on 37 runs. And that 37-run opening partnership proving to be very crucial in this battle.
Another beautiful delivery there from Tilokari.
So he's 2 for 7 now, Kunal. With this type of bowling himself, and DeMarco Scott might just ask Dr. Ramprasad for a degree in off-spin here at the Sport and Physical Education Center. Tugged down to Bergen, travelled quickly down to him. No run. Speeding across the left hand, the tuck down to Bergen, but appreciable turn as Gade. End of the over. And a bit disappointed there, Tilokani, that he didn't pick up another wicket with a couple deliveries. One that went past the outside edge. Did pick up a wicket in the over. A successful over from him. And
That's 71 for 7 after 24 overs. Run rate is just keeps on dropping at this point in time, as Jamaica still trails by 59 runs.
Umpire, checking mid and leg stump. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, the score has us wrong again. My bad.
Well done.
Trail by 25 runs.
it's better mathematics there, Tanvir.
I just add a little more runs there for the next team.
Swing, did he get some bat onto it? Wait for the umpire. They come through for a run as Richard chases it down, and bye signaled by the umpire. So the first blemish, if we can call it that, from Francis. We're trying to ride the take, but additional bounce from Athenes, and just spilling out of the glove through for a bye. But considering the conditions and the amount of turn on offer, he's done quite an exceptional job here, young Francis.
Yes, as the batters out there are facing.
He's in a conversation again with Richards, this time at second slip. In the air, he's hitting it down the ground. Now, he just called the fielders in, and over his shoulder, it has to be said, LaShawn Bergen, what an excellent catch. He was called in closer by the wicketkeeper Francis, and he was initially out at long off on the boundary, but he was called in for Silvera, the new batter, in anticipation that he wasn't going to be able to hit it. But there he is, backpedaling, having to spin around a couple times, and what an excellent catch, coming over his head, not just over the shoulder, but over his head indeed. And what an excellent catch. It cannot be understated. Such a difficult catch to take after having spilled the other one. And we're not quite sure if he spilled it inadvertently, but certainly that was an outstanding catch. On 8 wicket down now for 72.
Yes, Billy. As the batters out there getting their challenge with the bowlers, we here getting ours with the scorers.
Well, scoring has proved difficult for not just those out there, but for us here as well, as the support staff bringing you this coverage.
Gamble.
Yeah, so we just have to keep an eye on, perhaps do a bit of manual scoring here, Tanvir, as we might just be in for some internet difficulties here and connectivity issues between the app and the scoring. Henry is this. He was padded up for a while, waiting to come out to bat. Here's another look at that catch. That catch can only be matched by the camera work from Kadir Mohammed there. Excellent work from the pair.
It was a really good shot, Billy, but the breeze is blowing in the opposite direction, and also that held back the ball in the air, or maybe it would have been 6.
Well, a couple things to consider. Athens again, playing a leave from Henry, another left-hander out there. Left-hand batter, right-arm bowler. I just saw that he opened the bat face a bit as he was trying to play the shot. Now, it might be the right thing to do with the off-spin, trying to play with the spin. As well, the wind is coming across his right shoulder, so looking to hit with the breeze as well. But perhaps with the turn on offer, I didn't quite get the middle of the bat.
I must say, Light Brown is really energetic out there.
He reminds me of a Romario Graves for the CCC. Very energetic in the field. As the over comes to an end, 72 for 8. 25 overs gone. And just about 16 minutes away from the tea interval, which means we might just be a few overs short in terms of the over rate. Might just be about 5 overs or so short. But we have mentioned it's an unusual amount of wickets that have fallen for the day's play. 18 wickets falling in the day's play does require an additional amount of time in terms of changing batters, taking guard, resetting the field for the new batter, and so on. The spinners have been in operation, bowling the majority of these overs, and just a few overs behind the over rate, as Kunal Tilokani is set to bowl, but not quite set is Williams. Neither is Francis, who's making another adjustment in the field, this time at deep square leg. So the deep square leg, long on, long off, and a deep cover. So clearly the strategy seems to be to try and get these runs quickly. The last two batters have been hitting the ball in the air, offering a few chances. Fleming, Silvera, Williams is there, hit the ball in the air as well. And a strong wind coming across. And you want to be hitting with the breeze. It's a loud appeal for LBW, and it's not a catch that gets the wicket. Williams has to go out, and Kunal Tilokani gets his 3rd wicket 3 for 7 he has as the 9th wicket goes down with the score on 72. So Tilukani, who looked a bit disappointed at the end of his last over, as we look at this again. Have a look at the amount of turn on offer there. And not quite sure what line to play down. And the last 3 batters have been looking to go aerial. And with the field spread, he was playing a forward defensive, perhaps looking to get a rotation of strike. And trying to counter the spreading of the field to hit the ball in the air. And missed one and was out LBW. And Tilukani, who was, let's have a look at it here again. He's a bit disappointed at the end of his last over, although he took a wicket. A bit disappointed that he didn't get another, and makes up for it. And to appease his disappointment, picks up a 3rd wicket. 3 for 7 he has, and just 1 wicket left. Ramnari Singh is in, and Perico Henry, both batters on 0. And 25 runs required to overhaul this first inning total from the Leeward Islands. Just 1 wicket in hand. We had our own discussions during the luncheon break, Tanvir, how difficult it would be. Look at that turn and bounce there. Yeah, we were talking about how difficult it would be. Comments being sent across from our producer that I will not repeat on air. But it's been very difficult batting out there. And excellent bowling to capitalize on the conditions.
Really.
And we've seen some good batting as well, Tanvir. Trying to get on top, playing within themselves, and looking to counter-attack as well in the latter stages of this innings. So not a loud appeal, not out, perhaps pitching outside the leg stump this time, as Singh just prods forward. And it's a low-scoring game. The over comes to an end, 72 for 9 after 26. So the bowlers and the fielders have been doing their best out there to capitalize on the conditions. And the batsmen in turn, we've seen some good stroke play. We've seen some nice technically sound defensive shots. We've seen some good cover drives. There was a couple pull shots. And just difficulty trying to navigate through this wave of spin bowling. Jamaica took 7 wickets with their spinners. There we see the strategy there from Henry. They're going to try to score quickly and counter-attack the spin bowling. 6 wickets so far for the spinners for the Leeward Islands. There he goes. Doesn't get enough of it. You think this is the right approach here, Tanvi? We've seen the last 3 batters go aerial, trying to score quickly to try to get these last 30, 25 runs or so.
It could be a good approach if he finds the gaps.
The captain just waving at the fielder to get the throw in. And now calling them in. He clearly wants to bowl at Singh. So the field that he had spread for Henry, who he thought was going to go aerial, he was looking to score quickly and be aggressive, but calls the field in now for Singh.
Definitely putting pressure on Singh as he hasn't come off the markers yet.
It goes past the second slip. Light Brown is taking after it. And Bergen it is that does the fielding, rather Edward it is that does the fielding, and they come back for 2, having made to hurry with that throw. It went past the second slip. Brown took off after it. Backward point, Edward took off as well. Got to it first. Rifled the throw back in. Henry, a loud appeal here as that one was heading down the leg side. It was on the line of the leg stump.
Have a look at the replay here, Billy.
Athanair is going around the wicket. Perhaps missing the off stump. From our vantage point, initially I thought the ball was coming directly at me in the line, getting down the leg side. But on replay, can't quite resolve the angle. Past the second slip.
Beautiful
Edward.
piece of fielding there.
The inch closer to this 96. 75 for 9. 27 overs gone. And the batting card for Jamaica. That over comes done in the Mario Hall 7. Tyson Gordon Jr. 16. DeMarco Scott 10. Savio Jones 2. He was the third wicket for an excellent opening spell from Kazim Challenger. And then the spinners took stranglehold. Odean Binns 10. Nikolai McKenzie 6. As Tilokan is back into the attack. Joel Williams 6. Kevon Fleming 6. Adrian Silvera no score. Henry not out on 2. And this one turning it inside out. It's spooned up in the air, top edge, and Tong takes the catch at extra cover. And Jamaica are dismissed for 79. First innings point to the Leeward Islands now. Having won the toss, there he is turning it, trying to shut the bat face on it, spinning across him. An ill-advised shot really, trying to play against the turn, gets a leading edge. And Tilokani gets his fourth wicket, 4 for 7. 7 wickets falling to the spinners in the first innings for Leeward Islands. And Jamaica now losing 7 of their wickets to the spinners as well. And the first innings points to the Leeward Islands, having won the toss initially and deciding to bat. They would have been disappointed being dismissed for 96. However, coming back strongly and dismissing Jamaica out for 75. They will be happy with that result in the end to win the toss and bat first. And just completing the bowling card. 9 extras in the innings. And 3 wickets to Kazim Challenger. 3 for 17 and 6 overs. And 3.2 overs for Tong, having to complete the over of Richards, who was withdrawn from the attack for 2 over the waist full toss. He conceded 20 runs. 2.4 overs for Eric Richards. 11 runs he conceded. And Jathan Edward 1 for 9 in his 3 overs of spin. Kunal Tikolani 7.2 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 7. And Jaquan Atenes in his 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 9 runs. 7 wickets again falling to the spinners in this first innings of Jamaica. So with that, we will take a short break here for the interval. I'm letting you know first innings points to the Leeward Islands in this low scoring affair here in St. Augustine.
welcome back here at the UE Spec as as Leeward Islands go back into the crease now after bowling out Jamaica for only 75 runs as we get the second innings on the way now. Taking the crease for Leewards is Jayton Edwards and Denise Francis. Alongside me is Billy Furlong.
Yeah, thanks there, Tanvir. And the muffled song you may hear from our headsets. It's a strong breeze blows across the ground. It's been ramping up here as Jamaica looks to ramp it up here now. Down the leg side and protection out there. And
Don't go and adjust.
yeah, we're just battling some difficulties here with the wind as we are stationed on the southern end of the ground. And the strong cross breeze has been continuously blowing across the ground here into our commentary position. As Adrian Silvera's left arm, and he starts already over the wicket. And so 1 run to the total so far, an extra. That one angle down the leg side was the first delivery of the second innings. And again down the leg side. It was a loud appeal, but heading down the leg side. Chance for a run out at the non-striker's end as it went out to Hall at square leg and sent back by Francis was Roberts. And all well that ends well, as no run in the end. 2 slips under gully. Jones and Scott, second and first respectively. Tyson Gordon Jr. in the gully. Jones at fine leg. The one fielder out in the deep. Adrian Silvera with the ball in hand. 4 overs, 9 runs, no wickets in the first innings. But he set the tone with very tight bowling. Struck in front. Loud appeal and given out LBW. Silvera this time starting round the wicket and gets one to line up, impacting the pads of Roberts, and the first wicket goes down for the Leeward Islands.
And Silvera here continues his wicket taking opportunities from his first innings, from his first session.
Yeah, picking up his first wicket of the match. None for 9 he had of his 4 overs. He was withdrawn, but he was very, very good. Good control from him in the first innings. And good control from him as opposed to Henry, who was a little bit wayward, but got his line and length right. Perico Henry from the opposite end. But it was Adrian Silvera who imparted all the pressure from that northern end in the first innings. But the first wicket partnership, they put on 37 before Francis was out to Williams. But on this occasion, breaking the partnership in the first over of the second innings and the third ball. And the difference is this time, Tanvir, he's gone round the wicket. He started over the wicket to get that ball to swing into the right hander. But as you mentioned in the first innings, that he might be a bit more effective if he went round the wicket. And he took your advice, Tanvir, and got his first wicket.
And now coming to the crease is Kunal Tilokani.
So 2 slips on a gully, a point, cover, and mid-off. The fielders on the offside, 3 on the on, so a 6-3 field. Williams it is at mid-on, Hall at mid-wicket, and Jones at fine leg. So Jamaica, having been dismissed short of that 96-run total, looking to apply a lot of pressure here now to the Leeward Islands batting. Some good delivery, another loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
Not given by the umpire.
struggle with some strong windy conditions here. Good conditions to aid the fast bowlers. Wind at his back. Adrian Silvera picking up a wicket. One delivery to come in this opening over. Already a wicket down. 1 for 1 with one delivery to come. And the left-handed Silvera, just reward from his first inning performance. Just 9 runs he conceded. Was very tight with his line and lengths. Looking to pry out Tilokani early. A loud appeal for his first delivery he bowled to Tilokani, and this one is a dot delivery. End of the first over, 1 for 1, and a slim lead here of 21 by the Leeward Islands. 22 runs now lead, very minute lead, but in the context of this game, it could just be a mammoth total if they can get close to another 96 runs as they did in the first over.
Yes, Billy. Well said, coming into the attack this time.
Coming down the touch.
Will it
That's the
be
back. Bowler coming right down over to
Henry? Yes, it is. Number 15 for Jamaica.
yeah.
Perico Henry.
It's a very long run-up. Henry, an indication of how fit he is. Standing tall and punching this one into the onside, Francis.
And he also needs to look out at where he's landing. The front foot there now.
Yeah, I had a good look at that area during the drinks break before the tea session, and there was quite an indentation at the batting crease where the fast bowlers land their front legs, and Richards in particular struggled with it as well as Tong for the Leeward Islands. Short and pulled into the onside. There's going to be some runs here. There might just be 4 of it. All giving chase. He's not going to haul it back in. And Henry conceding a boundary and a short delivery, asking to be hit. It just sat up there and quickly onto it was the informed Tilokani. Tugged it into the onside for 4. So 7 for 1. Both batters now off the mark. 4 to Tilokani, 1 to Francis. Coming off the inner portion of the bat on this occasion. Henry none for 24 in his opening 6 overs. Had a very long spell, bowled well into the first hour of play this morning. And no doubt his left leg pounding into that part of the pitch at the popping crease, making that impression. It's a good delivery, it's an edge. Landing in front of Scott at first slip. So we already concluded, Tanvir, it was going to be a low scoring affair when we saw the amount of spin on offer. But it has to be said that the fast bowlers really set the tone for the innings, both Henry and Silvera with their tight line and lengths. This one is hammered through the offside. It's going to go for 4. And Tilokani continues on with his good form. 18 in the first innings. And continuing on. He looked quite good, striking 3 boundaries in the first innings. That knock of 18. And in good form, has to be said, with both bat and ball.
Oh, definitely, Billy. Having his second highest score for his team batting, and then having the most wickets for his team as well in bowling.
Henry again works it into the onside. We saw Henry in the first innings as the over comes to an end, 10 for 1 after 2. We saw him, remember Tanvir, in the first innings. His strategy was he seemed to bowl 4 deliveries wide of that 5th stump or on that 5th stump line, and then a couple deliveries on wicket to wicket.
Yes.
Built a lot of pressure. Got some inside edges onto pads, some leg buys off the pads as well. And seems to be repeating that pattern here. And 4 overs from Silvera in the first innings, when before Joel Williams was introduced. Good looking drive by Francis. Williams was introduced, and there was a long hop that was put away by Francis. Square cut away for 4. There was a ball angle down the leg side that he tucked away for 4. But then he produced that wicket taking delivery and yorked Francis. And that triggered the slide. So it was the fast bowlers that got the breakthrough. Joel Williams got 3 wickets in the first innings, starting the slide. An edge and parried away from second slip by Jones. And Scott doing the fielding. Remind you that O'Dane Binns has the gloves on, and with Giovanni Richardson out of the lineup, the final 11.
Oh, and that's a beautiful shot there. Cut away for 4.
And that's an exquisite looking cover drive, down on one knee to the pitch of the delivery, playing through the line of it and smoking that one away to the boundary.
Tilakani's definitely showing that he's in form for this competition.
He's certainly dealing in boundaries in both innings, and so far 6 runs on over. 38 runs was the opening partnership in the first innings, but they've lost the first wicket, that of Roberts, and they've taken out the second slip as he works a single to Mackenzie at point. So a slip has come out. There's just a slip on a gully, and they've taken the slip out, and recognizing that Tilokani is driving well, he is out at deep cover on the offside, so he'll stay there for Francis as well. We've seen as well Silvera bowl a number of Yorker deliveries, and that's another one there. And his Yorker deliveries, they weren't on target on the stumps, was just fractionally outside the off stump. Remember, he was bowling left arm over the wicket in the first innings. He's round the wicket at the start of the innings here into his second over, and
he's also getting it to angle into them, and the breeze is definitely blowing really high here as well, and that could help him. His seam position also is really good, and that's another boundary for...
Yeah, he just hung that one out wide outside the off stump, and it was a drivable length. And Francis off of the front foot, just swinging through the line of delivery. It picks up an outside edge and over the head of Tyson Gordon Jr. at gully and into the boundary down a third man for 4. So Francis now gets his first boundary. He's on to 6 and 20 for 1. And the lead continues to build now. So 41 runs now ahead are the Leeward Islands. So despite putting the deep cover on the boundary in anticipation of that type of delivery from Francis, and off of a thick outside edge for 4.
A little back of the line here.
So we're just getting a bit of tea time refreshments here in the commentary area, supplied by our producer, Jason Passat. Special thank you to our producer. Henry to continue. And this one driven out the cover. So he's taken out the second slip. And just one slip on a gully in place. And just bolstering the offside. The Marco Scott himself is in the extra cover position. So recognizing the fact that they do have a deficit, Jamaica have decided to mix aggression with defense. Strong in defense there is Tilokani as he plays this one back along the pitch. Another gust of breeze engages us here in the commentary box position, providing some cool conditions, not just us but the fielders out there. And this one off the toe end of the bat, wide delivery from Henry, continues with that wide line, but that one not getting up as much. And Tanvir is going to be perhaps an increased workload here for Henry, not anticipating that he'll have to bowl twice in 2 innings in one day. Another attempt at a drive, this time coming off the inner portion of the bat, trying to get more power than timing in that shot. But Tilokani gets a single nonetheless, and more effort into the day one of this encounter.
Also facing up against Jamaica and making 96, they might have an idea what they plan to do to cross this 96 runs here. Seeing that they aren't familiar with the bowling they are going to get.
Loud appeal! Struck on the pad.
And
He was looking to whip it into the onside Tanvir, perhaps heading down the leg side. As evidenced by the replay, but it was a full delivery and a justified appeal from Henry. And again we see 4 deliveries outside the off stump and then 1 into the pads, wicket to wicket.
yes, he's doing really good here. Very good, Henry. Well, like I was saying, Billy, the batters have faced these bowlers already in the first innings, so they know what to expect. So they could try to cash in and get more runs, more than 96 this round.
So man is dispatched Fleming to the deep cover boundary for Tilokani. And perhaps we need to see more of this. He just dragged the length back and a good line as well. I'm not offering a shot this time, Tilokani. But those type of dot deliveries would build some additional pressure and bring that first slip and gully into play. And if he can't just hold that line and length for a couple more deliveries and build some dot ball pressure. "42-run lead so far." There's another dot delivery. Because he's looking to drive Tilokani. Anything pitched up in his part of the pitch, he's going to try to pump it through the cover area. There is protection out there. So just dragging the length back. He was pitching it up, trying to get it to swing, to try and breach the defenses of Tilokani, to get one from the left-hander to swing in between bat and pad. It's not been happening, so he's dragged the length back. Tilokani on 14. He has a good start so far. You're watchful this time as he pushes one wide, tempting him with that drive. And Tilokani does not engage. Just to let our viewers know, we are still struggling with the scoring app itself, perhaps some internet connections as well, and proving to be difficult trying to stay current with the score as it happens live out there. But we'll try to buffer the scoring for our viewers. It is 21 for 1. change now for Silvera. He's back left arm over. And this time he gets one to seam away from Tikali, but started it too wide. And left alone, diving stop from Udin Bins with the gloves. Can only parry it off to Gordon at gully and no run. So interesting delivery there. He's been looking to get it back in, but that time getting one to seam away. And had that one been closer to the off stump line, might have tempted Tilokani to play at it. First slipper's gone a bit wider. Lifting it in the air, and Joel Williams could only chase it down. It's going to go close to the boundary. He hauls it back inside. He was slowing down, as was the ball, and hauling it back. And just the 2 runs, perhaps Tilokani thought it would have gone all the way. He lifted it in the air to the right of Williams at mid-on. And just a couple runs. We saw a couple shots before tea when the innings closed. The ball lifted in the air, heading down in that direction, not quite making it out to the boundary. Remains over the wicket. And good bit of fielding there from Hall. It is at square leg, no run, end of 5 overs, 23 for 1. The lead now 44. And it's a very significant lead as well, bearing in mind that the Leeward Islands were dismissed for 96, followed by Jamaica, who were bowled out for 75 as well. So in this low scoring affair, a 21-run lead would represent a sizable lead, and they continue to build on this. Day 1 reminding you at the UE Spec facility, the Sir Frank Worrell Field in St. Augustine, as Henry is set to continue. It's day 2 in the other matches around Trinidad. And we'll just give you an update into those games. Beaten outside the off stump. A good line and length here from Henry, as he gets one on that 4th stump line, goes past the outside edge of Francis on the bounce through to wicketkeeper Binns. Barbados are in a healthy position, replying to Trinidad and Tobago's 252 for 8 declared yesterday, 223 for 5 in 68 overs. Gordon got to 47, but the captain, Gatson Bowens, is not out on 88, nearing 100. They just lost the wicket of Paris with the score on 214. This one short and pulled around the corner by Francis. Sound a bit thuddy. Wondering if the ball just impacted the gloves, producing that thud sound. We do have our stump mic out there to give us that amplification of sound. It's however situated at the southern end. The end of Kelman Cowlesser, is it? Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar just giving us a little jig there, causing me to just fumble his name. Just a little jig there as he loosens up the waist, as Henry goes past him to produce a dot delivery, and that one angled into the stumps from Henry, the 4th ball of the over. Back here live, good looking shot there, and into the boundary for 4. Tilokani continues to deal in boundaries now. Have another look at this shot here. Yeah, anything pitched up to him, he's going to rifle it through the cover area and hammer that one through covers all the way to the boundary for 4, trying to haul it back. The umpire signaled 4, and he's on to 20. 28 for 1, continuing to build on their lead now, the Leeward Islands. And despite having put the additional protection, Scott taking out himself from second slip into extra cover and cannot prevent that boundary from Tilukani. Oh, it's past the outside edge here. That's an excellent delivery. Good comeback delivery to finish off the over. 28 for 1. 6 overs gone. The pair of them have produced 25 dot deliveries in the first 6 overs of this innings. And looking stronger and stronger as this second innings continues to go on. Just reminding our viewers, there's a couple issues with the scoring up here. It is 28 for 1. The lead, however, is 49. I'm just reflecting on the other scores, reminding our viewers, Barbados in a healthy position. However, they have just lost the wicket, 2 wickets in fact, of Lovell, with the score on 223 when we last revisited the score, and another wicket falling with the score on 226. So from a good healthy position of 226 for 5, they're now 226 for 7. The captain is still there. Bowen's not out on 89 as a bowling change. Scott comes into the attack here, and this one punched through the covers. It'll go close to the boundary. Williams giving chase, and oh, it's a bit of a fumble there. Hall, is it? Holding that one back in, gets the throw on the way. Backup was there from Williams, and the partnership now between the pair up to 30, and coming back for 3 runs there. Good looking shot there from Francis as Scott starts outside the off stump. His first delivery, trying to extract some more spin and push through the covers. Just a delay for Henry. Henry is doing the chasing. The ball was tracking him in the first innings. Tugged into the onside. A bit uppishly, but just a single. Takes the score on to 32. Just a quick reflection back into that Barbados game. As Jeffrey Boycott would say, if you think you're in a strong position, just add a couple wickets. So a couple wickets have fallen. 7 wickets down for Barbados, 227, chasing down 252 for first innings lead. And first innings points in that game at Inchinali Park. A very interesting game taking place there. And at the National Cricket Centre as well, as Scott continues on outside the off stump. And we'll just revisit that game at the National Cricket Centre at the end of this over, as the off spin of Scott is on. A very interesting position this game, poised 4 on the offside. There's a leg slip and a first slip in place. May Singh is in that leg slip position, and Tyson Gordon Jr. at first slip. The other 3 mid-off cover and backward point on the offside. Short, and the over comes to an end. Did he get any bat onto that, or perhaps through to the wicketkeeper? Couldn't quite take it cleanly. Just have another look at this one. Yeah, through to the wicketkeeper, who trying to ride the bounce. Couldn't quite take it cleanly. Bins the end of the over. And 31 for 1. 32 for 1 rather. And just a quick look across at the National Cricket Centre. Windward Islands first innings, 281 for 9 declared. Guyana fighting back, 257 for 9. 123 to Shamar Apple, the wicketkeeper, batting in the middle order. Adrian Hetmeyer, 43. 31 from Richard Ramdeol. 17 extras is the innings as Guyana continues continues to battle on. A bowling change here. Henry out of the attack. Nikolai McKenzie is into the attack. Off the face of the bat to Scott at first slip. So just a 1 over from Nikolai McKenzie in the first innings, conceding 2 runs. A 5-wicket haul for Scott and 2 to Fleming. So Fleming not being introduced just yet. Two deliveries left in the over. Reminding you, the first wicket fell with just 1 run on the board. And we'll say Roberts went for no score. And solid in defense is Tilo Canis. The over comes to an end 32 for 1.
Reach out for you, reach out for you, reach out for you. 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 Reach out for you, fellas. Oh!
Skipper Demario Scott comes back into the attack here as he bowls to Tennis Francis as Kunal Tilokani looks on. Demario Scott here is trying to pick up as much wickets as he could, as in the first innings he got 5 wickets for just 11 runs. Yes, a leg slip and a first slip in place, looking to execute that magic ball to get his wicket. A loud appeal. As you've seen so far, 25 fours in this entire game with no sixes. Scores 32 for 1 and 8.4. Demario Scott has 2 legal deliveries remaining. He's bowling a really tight line and length over here to Tennis Francis. And they have a partnership of 31 off of 50 deliveries so far. It's just the first wicket just fell for 1 run. Straight to the fielder. Really good fielding from the Jamaica team here in the second innings.
Nine overs gone, 32 for 1. As you mentioned, the healthy run rate. We do have a correct lead there on your screen, 53 runs lead. So good keen contest going on in the 3 games across Trinidad. McKenzie to continue. Would you have brought in Fleming ahead of McKenzie? Short and tugged into the onside. There's a fielder out there and lands in front of Silvera. It is out there.
I would have maybe given Joel Williams an opportunity instead of Fleming at this point. He did pick up 3 wickets in the first innings. Although Fleming got 2 for 11, I would have given Williams an opportunity again. Maybe they're just holding him back to take more overs against the lower order batsmen. Trying to execute as much spin as they could, as we see spin is very dominant on this wicket here today.
They come through for a quick single there. Hole at mid-on. Gets the throw off to the wicket keeper, but can't prevent the single. Nice quick running. Well, it's a fine line, Tanvir, to try and balance in terms of you want to bowl your bowlers according to the conditions, but you also have to remember after this delivery. Solid in defense is Tilokani. You have to remember that he took 3 wickets in the first inning, so he would be on a bit of a confidence high. Williams, despite the couple loose deliveries he bowled, he did bowl a good few Yorkers, got a couple wickets out, dismissed, bowled. Got to get some runs here. Tilokani taps it around the corner.
You might get 4. Yes, you do.
Yeah, Gordon Jr. can't hold it back in, and by signal by the umpire, so no credit to the batsman, but his team would benefit. Just thought he might have gotten some bat onto that, just a fine deflection, a bit of a leg glance, but missing out on the runs off the bat, but 4 runs to the total. So that over comes to an end after 10, 38 for 1. The Leeward Islands just in a bit of ascendancy now with a 59 runs lead. Just chilling in the pavilion ahead of the game on day 1 after tea. Scott is going to continue. He's trying to add to his 5-wicket total tally in the first innings, but I said it's a fine line trying to figure out who you want to bowl. And Williams did get the wicket of Francis in the first innings, yorked him, and his second wicket picking the top of off stump. Playing forward, smothering the spin, but there's some back spin on the delivery, and it rolls back to the wicket keeper. And you just want to be a bit careful. We saw a few deliveries from the spinners just roll back past the bat after they played the shot. And as well, Tanvir, the ball is just 10 overs old, so whatever movement would be possible in the earlier overs with this Red Duke's ball, and maybe Williams was an option.
Yes.
Short and punch through the covers. More work from Fleming, and Williams, the man in question, doing the fielding. The reason I have been just asking for him to be back into the attack, I liked his run. It reminded me of a Carlos Prophet with that left hand with all fingers straight and almost that athletic stride up to the crease. And the bowling action, there was some similarity as well as his half shout here, as well as his physique reminds me of a Carlos Brathwaite. He's receiving the ball at cover. And Scott as well bowled from the southern end where he got his first wicket off his second delivery. A ball that spun appreciably from outside the off stump and then swapped ends to the northern end. Oh, peel there. Not offering a shot. Scott was appealing and celebrating at the same time as he made his way across the cover, but not out was the verdict. Have a look at it here again. Did it strike him on the back tie?
It's difficult to tell as the keeper and the slip was running across. If you could just get a replay again.
Well, that was very close indeed.
Just have a look at it again here, Billy. Oh, no, that definitely was not in line of the stumps.
Well, he wasn't offering a shot. And
As you can see, his feet was definitely outside of off stump when the ball struck him.
well, it wouldn't matter if he's not offering a shot. If the ball was heading toward the stump, and that is the crucial factor. If it was going to impact the stump, of course, to be given out LBW. But not offering a shot opens you up to that mode of dismissal. Had he been playing a shot and struck him outside the line of the off stump, he would have been not out. But for an off spinner with that amount of turn to leave alone outside the off stump is very a dangerous thing to be trying. The captain is still there. He's not out on 13. And Tilokani just slowed in his scoring rate a bit on 22 off of 35 deliveries. Mackenzie has been introduced into the attack. And we've been talking about Williams, but Williams bowled from the northern end. Scott started on this end. And Mackenzie in the last innings bowled from that northern end. He's operating from the southern end. And he is responsible for this slowing of the scoring rate. This one, not sure if he got some bat onto that. But they do come through for a run. By signal by umpire Rajkumar. So a lot of bounce on that delivery there from Mackenzie. So buys. So the only runs conceded from this end really has been buys down the leg side and now past the wicket keeper on the offside. But he has managed to keep the scoring in check so far in his 15 deliveries. Williams, who was a bit expensive in that first innings. Williams had 3 wickets for 30 runs in 4 overs with an economy rate of 7.5. So that could factor into why he has not been given the ball just yet.
So they probably pulling him back to bowl to the lower order batsman.
Well, the over comes to an end. 12 gone, 41 for 1. And the lead now 62. As we have a look at the bowling card here. 3 overs apiece to all 4 bowlers. So I'm not quite sure, unless they need him to come and break a partnership, that we will see him before Fleming comes into the attack, the leg spinner.
Work, Biggie.
There he is again, leaving alone outside the off stump. And to the off spin of DeMarco Scott, who's been getting the ball to spin significantly in from outside that off stump.
Not to mention the 5 wickets he took earlier.
I'm not sure I want to be leaving alone. Drawing him forward on this occasion. And here is Joel Williams doing some limbering up at cover. So you might see him into the attack. Nice, solid forward defense on this occasion. Tilokani on 22. Scoring rate continues to slow. 41 deliveries he's faced in the innings. There's a lot of time in this game. Still in day 1. Flighted. Spin off the inside edge. Making its way down to fine leg. It went past the leg slip. And Gordon Jr. gives chase from first slip. And a couple of runs to Tilokani. It was pitched outside the off stump. Trying to drive through the offside. Coming off the inner portion of the bat. Past the wicketkeeper. And past the diving leg slip fielder. As it went into the onside. The first slip took off after it. to do the retrieving and a couple of runs to the total. Again, solid in defense. Tilukani is looking to bat long here as well to take his team into a strong position as the lead continues to build. 64 it stands at. And Scott again, Tanvir, can produce that one delivery where it's coming off of the inner portion of the bat. Every time he just drags the length back a fraction. And a dot delivery there, but you can see the danger from the spinners being presented.
Really nice display of talent here from DeMarco Scott.
And I was having some words with Dr. Anand Prasad as well during the tea interval. And we were just discussing how much work had to go in a very short space of time to get the pitch ready. And he didn't think it was ideal conditions, but what it does present, as I was making the point to him, and he was in full agreement, it does present an opportunity for the batters just to display their ability and temperament against quality spin bowling and challenging spin bowling as well. It also did offer a lot of assistance to the fast bowlers if they were willing to put the ball in the right areas. This one tugged into the onside. It was short, heading down the leg side, and a lot of work out there in the deep. Diving away out on the boundary edge. I think it's Silvera out there. Yes, it is the left-hander diving across on his right-hand side. Cannot prevent the ball going into the boundary. And 4 runs to the total here to Francis as well as he goes on to 17. Looking for a single, but it's out to mid-wicket. And no runner. Singh is in the way. But it did present an opportunity, Tanvir, for the batters to show their ability against good fast bowling and movement, as well as to the spin bowlers. So the batters had to adjust their technique according to the circumstances and the pitch. And there are no terrors in the pitch, mind you, but it is taking some spin, so you just have to learn to play and adapt to a turning pitch.
Of course, spin was very dominant here.
There is Silvera doing the chasing, overhauling it at deep backward square, and 1 run to the total. Nice looking drive, this time on the offside. And Williams does the fielding. He's a little bit deep at mid-off and affords Tilokani a single. And the over comes to an end with that single. Yeah, just getting back to the point that despite the low scores as well, we've seen the batters trying to apply themselves to the conditions and learning to play with the spin and adjusting their techniques. But despite the low scores, we have seen some good shots in defense, as well as some good attacking shots in these low totals of 96 and 75 between the two teams. So it's been good cricket to watch as the batsmen apply themselves. So it goes past the outside there. Scott is convinced that it came off the bat. I'm not sure if he was appealing for a court or LBW, because the ball went to ground off of the wicket keeper on the first slip. Look at it here again. Almost breaching between the bat and the pad. Perhaps it came off the bat onto pad, and Gordon Jr. couldn't get his hands under it at first slip. But Scott was convinced. There is evidence of how challenging it is to bat on the surface, and coping quite well in the circumstances. Tilokani. Not out indicated by umpire Kelman in the last delivery. And perhaps because it might have been an inside edge, but couldn't take the catch, Gordon Jr. at first slip. It landed in front of him. And Scott was disappointed. There's some more turn on bounce. But this pair have been navigating these waters quite well. As the partnership now moves on to 48.
Work on big. Work on big. But let me hear the way. Oh.
So Scott into his 5th over, just one delivery to come. Conceded 8 runs. Both himself and Mackenzie have dried up the scoring rate somewhat. It's 3.3 runs and over the current run rate. So angle down the leg side, tries to pull it around the corner. It gets past the leg slip and the wicket keeper. Gordon Jr. gives chase from first slip. As he and Jones converges on it. The leg slip was still lying on the ground. Singh, as the throw came in, and had to take evasive action as it was in his line. End of the over. And the 50 comes up. The 50-run partnership as the score moves on to 51. 50 runs coming off of 87 deliveries. And it's a good recovery here after losing the wicket of Roberts early with the score on 1. Roberts went for no score. Tilukani's on 25 off of 51 deliveries. And Francis on 18 out of 37. And here's the change we've been asking for. Not that of Wilson, but that of Fleming. So he's going to replace Mackenzie, who bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 8 runs and no wickets. The leg spinner is now into the attack. Interesting, there is a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket on the onside. So already an indication that he's looking to spear that ball into middle and leg and get it to spin across the right-handed Francis, who's on strike. Fast delivery, tugs it into the onside. It was a short pitch delivery that kept low. And you guessed it, it's Henry doing the fielding out in the deep. Let's have a good look at the captain of the Leeward Islands. And there's Francis, number 124, doing wicket-keeping duties as well in this game. Short and cut. And diving away is Jones at cover. Gets a hand to it. Did he get enough of a hand onto it? No, it goes into the boundary for 4. So Tilukani continues another boundary to him. He's been kept quiet for a few overs with the bowling of Mackenzie and Scott. And now breaks the monotony with his 5th boundary of the innings. He's on to 29. So they've gone a bit more defensive now, Tanvir, and kept the man out at the deep extra cover boundary. So 3 fielders in the deep.
Yeah, and he's also bowling to that particular field, if you really look at it. Again, the field placement has come into play here.
Right on cue, coming into frame. Our cameraman 3 levels above us, Mr. Sachin Balki soon, bringing us coverage and footage. Flighted delivery. Ramesh Singh is in the way. I haven't seen him bowl in this game so far, Singh. Faster delivery, didn't get up as much off the bottom edge of the bat. And Scott gives chase from first slip. And 1 boundary and 3 singles in the over as it comes to an end. 58 for 1, 16 overs gone. Tilokani moves on to 30 and 20 to Francis. The ground now bathed in sunshine. We had some gloomy clouds earlier on before lunch and after lunch. But excellent weather for cricket here at Tanvir.
Yes, it is Billy, but as you can look in the next direction, there are cloud cover coming.
Quick single here. And good rotation of the strike between the pair. Tilokani calling through for the single as the ball was worked out to mid-wicket. So one boundary in the last over, and they continue to inch along. Singles. A few shouts of LBW from DeMarco Scott, and he's not been given any affirmative answer from the umpire. None for 9 he has into his 6th over, but his bowling has been very challenging. He had a strong shout at the batsman not playing a shot for LBW. And he had another one where he thought he beat the bat and was struck in the pad, Tilokani, but might have been an inside edge. And he was off running away celebrating. Only to find out that the umpire said it was not out. Short and kept a bit low. And he did quite well to get that one out to backward point with the ball turning into him as he was backing away himself, trying to force it into the offside. So we have a look at Henry there. Come through, nice rotation of strike here, Tanvir. He just works it patiently, biding his time, and gets one that he can work into the onside for a single. 60 for 1, the partnership on 59, coming together when the first wicket fell with the score on 1. Driving handsomely through the covers here, picking the off spinner off, and it'll go into the boundary for 4, over pitching DeMarco Scott. He hasn't bowled too many loose deliveries, but this one flighted and full outside the off stump, and Tenez Francis equal to the task.
Let's commend the batters for playing every ball on its own merit. Tennis Francis and Kunal Tilokani building a really good partnership here between each other.
The lead now up to 85. Francis moves on to 25. The over comes to an end. 64 for 1. Third boundary of the innings for Francis. Despite being set a bit deep there, Williams, it was driven firmly out to him and no chance of a single. Leg spinner into the attack. Flighted and driven. And an excellent stop there from Ramnaresh Singh. Just called his name in the last over and he's into the action. He's into a high frequency area there at extra cover. A half shout as that one goes past the outside edge. Nearing the drinks interval as we approach 4 o'clock here in St. Augustine at the Sir Frank Worrell Field.
Very good defense here from Kunal Tilokani, showing that strong technique he has. There's a fielder out in deep.
4 dot deliveries thanks to that diving stop by Singh at extra cover. Can he finish out the over? Drives through the covers. Just a single. To break up the dot deliveries. Rotates the strike. Tilokani moves on to 32. As Francis just 1 delivery to come in the over, and then we'll have a drinks break. 18 overs about to be completed with the score on 65 and a good lead of 86. Forward defensive brings on over the overturn end. We are day one here in St. Augustine at the Sir Frank Worrell Field at the UE Spec facility, the University of the West Indies. Reminding you that the Leeward Islands were dismissed this morning 98 runs just before the tea interval was taken. Jamaica were then bowled out for 75, and the Leeward Islands in their reply with a lead of 21 are 65 for 1, with the captain not out on 25, and Jose Roberts went for no score. Kunal Tilokani is not out on 32 with his captain, and the bowling card, Adrian Silvera 1 for 12 in 3 overs. No wickets for Henry off of his 3 overs, conceding 15 runs. DeMarco Scott, the captain, no wickets so far in the second innings after taking 5 wickets for 11 in the first innings. He's conceded 14 runs. Nikolai McKenzie, none for 8 off of 4. And Fleming just been introduced into the attack for 2 overs, none for 8. We'll take a short break here as drinks are on the field, and we will return shortly. Back here live, 65 for 1. Then it's Francis, the captain, on 25. Leg spinner into the attack, and I called his name and he's into the attack. Tanvir Ramnari Singh, the leg spinner.
It's not the first time you've done this, Billy. Maybe you should call Joel Williams' name as well.
Well, I have been calling his name. I did see him limbering up. What seems as though spin is the order of the day. And this one short, tugged into the onside. Protection out at deep mid wicket. They get 1, and 1 is all it will be as Silvera does the chasing. So another leg spinner into the attack.
Definitely using all of the spinners here today.
Now there are bonus points for fast bowling wickets, and we'll just have to make a check. I just made an inquiry. Get back to it. Nice flight, looping delivery, bounce and turn, beats the outside edge of Tilokani's bat. 2 slips in place, Scott and Gordon Jr. First and second slip. They're standing quite close to each other. Not a well-flighted delivery.
Really good flighted delivery there. Swept away, but there's protection. Ramnarish Singh partnership goes up to 66 and 110 deliveries, and the Leeward leads by 88 runs. On shot there through the gap, but there's a fielder out there to receive it, and a single will be taken, bringing Tanis Francis on strike, and that's the end of the over.
We did make a mention of another name, that of Ramnari Sawan, who also bowled leg spin for the West Indies and Guyana way back when, and of course the Vindra Bishu, Shivnarain Chandapal as well, leg spinners for the West Indies.
And that's another shot through the gap there, fielder to collect and to throw it back in.
Of course, other prominent leg spinners from Trinidad and Tobago, Imran Khan, and one Rajendra Dhanraj, and his son is featured in that Trinidad and Tobago lineup. Took a couple wickets, I believe. Please
Big
for
swing and miss there, outside off.
please for Presentation College Shogunas, also a team that the umpire Kelman Cowlesser coaches from the Central Zone from time to time. It's a good bit of running here. Firstly, to negotiate the flight and the line and to dab it out a Yorker length delivery into the onside and to come through for a single. Good call from Tilokani. So the pair have been batting quite well. So total goes on to 70 for 1. The lead now 91. Just 1 wicket down in the innings. Just about 65 overs bowled in the day's play. Chipped in the air, and Hall is too deep at mid-on to get in there to take that catch. Not for want of trying. He's sitting a bit deep by design for that lofted shot. Googly delivery, cut past the second slip. It'll go close to the boundary, into the boundary, and does it get there? It does have the legs to beat Mackenzie into the boundary, off of the outside edge. Googly delivery, beating the batsman somewhat, but if you're going to cut hard. And he cut it into the boundary for 4. "20 overs gone, 74 for 1. And Tilokani now on to 39 off of 72 deliveries. And Francis 27 off of 46. So the Leeward Islands, second time at bat on the first day, are doing it more proficiently.
Bowl on, Ramnarish.
74 for 1. Healthy lead. Short and pulled into the onside. And it'll go into the boundary. The man at deep mid-wicket cannot get around. And he didn't even make the effort to get there. So it's hit with such power. He just jogs after it. It's into the boundary for 4. Francis now on to 31. And he is increasing his strike rate now over 47 deliveries. The total now goes on to 78. And a much more confident bench there in the players area from the Leeward Islands contingent. Coach Tittle and Thomas, I believe, out there. There was our little bird friend. There were 2 early on when the Jamaicans were batting. And they didn't have a thing to worry about. Sing back into the attack.
Oh, really good delivery there from Amnarish Singh. Oh,
it's not a bird perched on the doorstep. It's a man hard at work. The top of one of the buildings here at the university campus. Hard work out in the middle as well.
shot away there. And will the fielder receives it in time? And no, it goes for 4 runs. Really good attempt by the fielder though.
Yeah,
Let's have a
Williams
look
out
at the
there.
replay here. Slashed hard. Paces the gap.
Another hard-working man out there. This time the batsman. And there's Francis building his innings, increasing his strike rate. Moves on to 35. His partner Tilokani on 39. And batting quite well in this partnership, Tanvir.
Really good communication between these two here, between the wickets.
Earlier comments from our producer wondering how long the game would carry on with the amount of spin that was on offer, but the pair have been batting quite well. Negotiating conditions in this second innings. There's a change in personnel, and Williams being replaced by Henry in that position, which has now become deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Flighted delivery. So none for 14 so far. Fleming hasn't been able to get the type of turn and bounce we saw he was getting in the first innings. Singing the way again, an extra cover. Still 2 slips in place and shouts of encouragement from Tyson Gordon there at second slip. But a well-flighted delivery and missed by the wicketkeeper Binns. Scott is giving chase. And it'll be a bye to add to the total here. The lead over 100 now. 103 now, Tanvir, with just 183 for 1.
104, Billy. Lead by 104 runs. I must say, Kevin is definitely getting that flight on the ball, and it is, deviating into the batsman. And
just in the last couple overs, couple boundaries, just increasing the run rate. Now stands at 3.86. It dipped under 3.3 for quite a few overs, but it's heading in a positive direction. Bailing out. Just some chatter behind the stumps from the wicketkeeper, not appreciated by Francis. And letting Binns know. Of course, it's not the first time we've seen some banter between a wicketkeeper and a batsman on strike.
Of course not, we see that all the time, Billy. Flighted delivery again, but this time maybe just didn't get to dip how he wanted it. And they go back for a couple of runs, yeah. Really good running between the wickets from these two. One legal delivery remaining in this over.
So Jamaica, they've gotten a bit deflated now. They would have anticipated, like the first innings, that they would have been in the wickets. It's not happened so far. Short, quicker delivery, pulled around the corner. And
there's no
Henry,
one there to cover that. And 4 runs.
Henry was there to replace Williams, and it was hit down in that direction. And he was nowhere near it, quite right. He could not get across there, Tanvir. And into the boundary for 4. 89 for 1. Lead continues to build now. 110. 6 runs in that over.
Correct. Denise Francis just 9 runs away from his half century.
Just wonder if this might be an opportunity to get Williams back into the attack. Have that bowling change.
Currently waiting to see if Williams will be given the opportunity here.
Which Henry they're going to call into the attack. Marking out his run. He's going to switch ends. He bowled from the southern end. So switching ends now to bowl from the northern end. So no wicket for Scott. They tried Mackenzie. Hasn't been able to get the breakthrough. Fleming as well, who took 2 wickets in the first inning. So far is wicketless. Henry as well, yet to get a wicket. Yet to get a wicket in the game. One slip in place. There's no gully. So it's a wide gap between first slip, backward point, for a line outside the off stump from Henry. And we know, Tanvir, that he likes to bowl that ball wide outside the off stump and get a couple on the stumps during the course of his over. His protection at deep cover, and Williams at cover, and the captain at mid-off. Short, punched off. Fleming misfields at backward point. Get a single. That one hit with a bit of pace. Additional pace on offer from Henry. And Fleming just collapsing on the ball. Couldn't quite get his footing right, but did manage to stop the ball. Couldn't avoid getting the single. Run rate now creeps over 4. The lead now 1-1-1 with 1 wicket down. And a single in the over. 4 on the onside, a 5-4 field. Short. The call and a no. A yes and a no from Francis, and a throw should have been to the non-strikers end, but couldn't pick it up cleanly. Williams at cover, and the chance goes a begging, and just at times you need something to go right to get that wicket, and on that occasion he couldn't pick it up cleanly as Tilokani was almost left stranded in mid-pitch. There was a call of yes from Francis and then quickly changed it to no, but Tilokani was backing up Was almost halfway down the pitch. So the partnership continues. And for the first time we saw a bit of a hiccup in the running and the calling there. It's been quite good so far.
Fielders are definitely putting pressure on the batters out here today. Both teams, when fielding, put a lot of pressure on the batters.
A couple fielders looking a bit wary in the outfield as well.
89-run partnership between these two here.
Yeah, that can do it. Williams might be just feeling the effects.
Which bowler do you think they should bring to break this partnership here, Billy?
Cut out shot outside the off stump. A good length delivery halfway in between playing forward and on the back foot. Not much foot movement from Francis trying to play that cut shot, just hanging the bat out there. It doesn't make contact through to the wicket keeper. And to answer your question, if it wasn't going to be Williams, I would have brought back Henry, who was into the attack and almost produced an opportunity. I'm not saying he's bowling for a run out, but almost producing an opportunity for a run out at a non-striker's end and producing a play and a miss from Francis, who is well set on 41, flailing at a ball outside the off stump. And there is going to be another bowling change this time.
Demario Hall, number 13.
And seems to be another off spinner.
Yes.
Well, if you asked me, I would have given Williams a shot, but the captain answers the call, answers your question. He does have a bowling change. There's a loud appeal heading down the leg side. Now, a couple of things you can do when a partnership is building like this and you're looking for a breakthrough. What you can do is rotate your bowlers in 2 or 3 over spells. Just try to change up, forcing the batsman to face a different prospect each time.
So you'll not get familiar with the bowler. Very good strategy, Billy. Won't get too familiar with a bowler who's bowling at them.
As well, your leg spinners, you tend to give them longer spells, and just 2 short spells from Fleming and Singh in the attack. Short and pulled into the onside is an opportunity for a catch, and it lands in front of the fielder out there. Might just be a Silvera, it is, and it goes into the boundary for 4, and the bowling change creating an opportunity there, Tanvir, and almost going to hand. Desperate dive forward, landing in front of him. A deep backward square. Goes into the boundary for 4. So some half chances being created. But when you're batting positively, things tend to go in your favor at times. Both batsmen in the 40s as the score now 94 for 1. As they near 100. Short and pulled again. Having more time on this occasion, it was pulled into the ground all the way out to Silvera. The last pull shot was in the air, flat trajectory, landing just in front of him, opting to go for the catch rather than save the boundary, which is good to see from the fielder. In the meantime, the score goes on to 91, a lead 116 as the 24th over comes to an end. And
Work, fellas. I show them that we mean business.
Coming to the bowling attack here, Spirico Henry. He's going to try to break this partnership here. And the Leewards on the 17 boys lead by 116 runs.
Henry doing a good job here. Second over into the spell. Tanview, this is not something we would have anticipated in the second innings when we saw the low scores as well as the amount of turn that was on offer, but good application of their skills here from the Leeward Islands batsmen, learning their lesson from the first innings and sticking it out. Short off the edge, landing in front of the first slip, down to our cameraman there, Kadir Mohammed, who will do the retrieving beyond the boundary. Outside edge found. It's gone for 4. And unfortunately, Henry coming back into the attack. Nice lifting delivery, landing in front of first slip and going into the boundary for 4. It'll bring up the 100 as well for the Leeward Islands with the loss of 1 wicket. There's our cameraman Kadir Mohammed doing the fielding, just offering his skills for a couple clubs out there locally in Trinidad and Tobago with the scouts. Just having a look at all players involved. Pitched up down the leg side and it'll go close to the boundary and giving up the chase from fine leg. It'll go into the boundary, back to back boundary now as that one beats Savio Jones into the boundary for 4. Yeah, a couple hands waving around as Jones was being instructed to throw the ball back to the wicketkeeper Binns. And Gordon was pointing in that direction and he threw the ball to Gordon at first slip, who let it go past him. And the captain was not pleased at all at mid-off Scott, gesticulating, come on guys, let's get it together. 104 for 1. So another short of a length delivery. Good bowling here from Henry as they tried to create something. Found the outside edge in the over. Went down to third man, landed in front of Gordon Jr. at first slip, down to third man to our cameraman Kadir Mohammed for 4. Then another one down the leg side. And 4 leg buys it was. 2 boundaries in this over from Henry. So the run rate now goes to 4.22. So he's making things happen. The opening fast bowler.
One more legal delivery in this over here as the current partnership is 103 for 100 of 146 deliveries. Score 104 for 1, 24.5 overs, and under 17 Leewards boys lead by 125 runs. Current run rate just a little above 4. And that's a beautiful shot. Great fielding from outside there. And that's the end of the over. 105 for 1 of 25 overs.
Both batsmen now on 46. Tilukani 83 deliveries, 65 deliveries for Francis.
They're just signaling out to their pairs over there, maybe for a change of bat or gloves.
So the lead 126 as the run rate continues to increase. And Jamaica seems to be getting a little bit deflated in the field. We're still in day 1.
The Mario Hall comes into the attack now. To flight the delivery. Driven straight back to him.
This one punched into the offside. It'll go all the way for 4. And that's a 50 with that boundary for the captain, Tennis Francis. He raises his bat. 66 balls. 50 runs to his credit. 109 for 1. A good knock here from the captain, leading from the front. He was going well in the first innings, got to 20 and was dismissed by a beauty of a delivery from Joel Williams. And coming out in this second innings, stamping his authority on the game, clawing his team back through his wicket keeping and shepherding his team through, dismissing Jamaica out for 75. And now his turn with the bat, gets to 50 and taking his team into a very strong position. He's had good support from Kunal Tilokani there, who's on 46. And 100-run partnership as well, 108 between the pair. And the two going from strength to strength. Loud appeal. Fully forward there is Francis, smothering whatever spin there was. 8 4s in this knock off of 68 deliveries currently. Good temperament in the innings as well. Despite having gotten the boundary, he's still fully behind the last couple deliveries. He's fall into his second over with that boundary, conceding 9 runs so far. Captain doing the fielding at first slip. The end of the over, 109 for 1, 26 overs gone, and Tenez Francis showcasing his ability. 50 off of 71 deliveries with 8 4s and a strike rate of 72. That's a high strike rate in the innings, higher than his partner the other end, Tilokani, with a strike rate of 55, as he's also nearing a 50. He's on 46. And the captain leading the way. He had a strike rate of 80 in that 20, striking 3 boundaries in the first innings. He was going quite well before he was dismissed by a peach of a delivery from Joel Williams. And he's going to continue on a run rate of 4.19. Tilokani takes strike now. Lifting delivery. Some challenging bowling here in this second spell from Henry. None for 22 he has after 5 overs and 1 delivery. So he bowled from the southern end in the first innings, started off again from the southern end, but I suspect, Anvir, he's being used at the northern end, opting for that end, perhaps because of that little issue they had at the popping crease for the fast bowlers. So he's opted to change ends, and the one slip in place for him. Tilokani punches nicely off the back foot, protection out in the deep, and just a single to his total. He'll go on to 47. And Tilokani, who looked to be the more positive of the two when he came to the crease as Francis was settling, Francis having settled, and a few good overs from Mackenzie and Scott kept Tilokani quiet, but it was Francis at the other end who was increasing his strike rate, ensuring that the scoring continued. And now he is back solid in defense here, having gotten to 50. So he has a better strike rate, but not much separating the two out in the middle. Posting a 100-run partnership, 109-run partnership, taking the lead now to 131. So not bad going from the pair. It's one of the lower portion of the bat. And each over, Henry seems to produce a delivery that is troubling the batsman.
Henry has the skills and the ability to probably produce 6 different deliveries in his over. Outswing, in-swing, shorter ball, slower ball. We've seen him bowl wicket to wicket as well.
This one cut away. Some work in the deep there. Manages to hold that one in. Mackenzie out there sweeping on the boundary. And 2 runs now to Francis on to 52. Partnership 111 of 158 deliveries. So Henry producing an outside edge a couple overs ago. And the one delivery in this over off the inner portion of the bat played into his boot. Francis. Hurrying the batsman there. The over comes to an end. 27 gone, 112 for 1. The lead now 133. The captain in that over bringing up his 50. 52 he is not out. And 47 to Kunal Tilokani. That Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados game. Another interesting development there. Barbados surpassing Trinidad and Tobago's first inning total of 252 for 8 declared. Got to 257 for 9 and declared themselves with the captain Gatson Bowens getting 111 for he was bowled by Deron Danraj. Ball continues on here. In that total, Jordan Graham got to 47. Kilani Clark 23. Justin Paris was dismissed for 31 in that total of 257 for 9. So Barbados get first innings points in that game. And 3 for 67 for Deron Danraj off of 16 overs. 2 wickets apiece for Daniel Holt and Raid Ali Khan.
Pull away there by Kunal Tilokani for a single to give his captain back strike. As he lead by 133 runs now. 112 for 1.
So 9 bowlers were used in that innings for Trinidad and Tobago. Ronaldo Fonilier only bowled 3 overs, conceding 1 runs, no wickets to him.
9 bowlers, you say, Billy?
9 bowlers. Daniel Holder 2 for 31, Riyad Ali Khan 2 for 44, Deron Danraj 3 for 67.
Loud appeal. The umpire is not interested.
Amit Pittiman 2 for 43 of 12.5 overs. Salim Khan bowled 9 overs, none for 19. Sion Charles bowled low down in the innings, none for 21 off of 5. Roberto Baggio 3 overs, 19 runs, no wicket. And Batu Singh 5 overs for 9 runs.
Here, it's running down and the fielder is giving chase. Slows up.
So being an Italian fan, Tanvir, whenever I see Roberto Baggio just rolls off the tongue. So, as well, his father indicated that he in fact named his son after Roberto Baggio from Italy, the former Italian captain, remembered most notably for the 1994 World Cup, missing a penalty for the Italians, but did debut in 1990 World Cup, Roberto Baggio, scoring one of the goals of the tournament. 1991 Ballon d'Or, went on to play for Juventus from Florentina. As well, of course, donning the AC Milan jersey So Roberto Badri, named after that Italian hero, partnered with Salvatore Schillaci in the 1990 World Cup to finish 3rd place. But back to the cricket. 9 bowlers used in that Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack against Barbados. Couldn't turn into the onside here. For 1, looking for 2, and sent back by Tilokani, who moves on to 49 off of 90 deliveries. And despite the 9 bowlers, they couldn't restrict Barbados from getting a first innings lead and immediately declaring after surpassing the Trinidad and Tobago total. And in reply, in the second innings, 45 for 2 Trinidad and Tobago, Salim Khan out, Justin Paris getting his wicket for 30, and Lal out for 10. Not out batsmen Darius Batusing and Roberto Badri at the crease. Not out. Both batsmen facing 1 delivery each, yet to score. And a lot is expected off of the bat of Darius Batusing. Fared well in the trials and other games leading up to this under-17 tournament. Francis kept in check by Henry. And across at the National Cricket Centre, Windward Islands against Guyana. Guyana not managing, just falling short of the Windward Islands first inning totals of 281 for 9 declared. They got to 264. Guyana in reply in their first innings, 123 to Shama Apple, 43 to Adrian Hetmeyer. That total of 264. And 3 wickets to Glasgow, 2 apiece to Fanis and Vernier, and 3 for Desron Mitchell with the wicket takers in that innings. And Windward Islands in their second innings are 21 without loss. But news that Theo Edwards is retired hurt, not out on 65. So no information yet coming to hand. Pitched up on a good looking drive out to cover as Francis continues to motor on here, adding to his total and adding to the lead as well in this encounter between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field in St. Augustine. 117 for 1, 29 overs gone. So if we get any information coming to hand with regard to Theo Edwards and his retiring hurt, we'll certainly pass that on.
Kunal Tilokani is on strike now. He's on a non-strikers end. Demaro Scott, the skipper, comes into the bowling attack. Francis on 53 off of 82. Tilokani needs 1 to complete his 50. And that's a shot there, a brilliant shot from Francis, and the fielder does good to receive it, and they go back for 2 runs. .117 for 1 here at the 30th over now starting.
Scott taking over from the Mario Hall, who bowled 3 overs for 10 runs. So returning to the end where he started from in the first inning and picked up a wicket off of his second delivery. However, starting this second innings from the northern end, changing ends now. These 2 batsmen opening the early, weathering the storm and surviving, and now looking to push on. Francis on 55 and Tilokani just 1 short of a well-played half century. Come through for the single here. Tilokani has to hurry. And a very interesting call for a single there from Captain Francis, with his partner on 49 not out at the opposite end, having to scamper through for a single.
Probably giving him another opportunity to make his 50.
It certainly would get the adrenaline flowing. Having to scamper through for a quick single on 49.
Nice ball on 49. Billy jinx it.
And these are some of the intricacies of the game that you have to be aware of. The captain calling him through for a quick single. It's no fault of the captain, mind you.
Of course not.
And not wanting to be too superstitious. But a man on 49 would be in a certain frame of mind nearing a half century, having batted for so long and putting in the hard yards. And called through for a risky single. He had to scamper through. And you wonder how settled he would be, having to recover from scampering through, almost having been run out. That would have been in the back of his mind as well, that he was almost run out. A direct hit would have put him in some trouble. And called the umpire into question to have him make a decision. And I'm not saying that he wasn't in the right frame of mind to face up that delivery, but not for the first time we see the Marco Scott able to get that amount of turn from outside of the off stump and penetrate the defensives of one of the Leeward Islands batters. As we look at this here again, fully flighted delivery. He's looking for a booming drive through the covers and finding whatever gap there was between bat and pad. And Scott returning to the southern end where he picked up his first wicket out in much the same fashion. Gets the batsman out, bowled between bat and pad as the ball cannoned into leg stump. And an excellent innings from Kunal Tilokani comes to an end as he goes for 49. He was bitterly disappointed, trudging off, having struck 7 boundaries off of 91 deliveries.
Jaquan Atanez is into the attack to face the attack of DeMarco Scott with 1 ball remaining for this over. Let's see. Really good defense there to end the over. 120 for 2 in 30 overs.
Reminds me of that time Mark Waugh ran out his brother Steve Waugh, and they didn't speak for months after that. And was he on 99? We'll have to delve into the scores. I believe Steve Waugh was on 99 and was run out.
I must commend Tilokani and Francis for putting on a partnership of 119 runs as they brought up the Leewards to lead by 141.
Come through for a single. Athanase. And coming down to have a word with Athanase now is Francis, who's yet to score. He's just faced a 1 delivery from DeMarco Scott, coming into bat with the fall of that Kunal Tilokani wicket. Tilokani picked up 4 for 7 off of 7.2 overs, 3 maidens in the first innings. Confirming that was a game against England, run out on 99. The War brothers. There it would have been a war of words after that. Can't get off the mark here is Athanase. So he came on as a runner for an injured batter back in the days when you were allowed runners. Not sure if you can remember back in those days, Tanvir, when we were allowed runners for an injured batter.
Maybe they need to implement that back again, Billy.
Well, I'm sure Steve Waugh would force that and no more runners be allowed.
We saw that yesterday in our game that a runner was used for a batter who got injured. No, Mr. Producer, it was not me.
Can't get off the mark here again. Athens 1-1 for 2. 31 overs gone. The lead 142. Healthy position here, the Leeward Islands, and the staff and the captain Francis would be very pleased with the situation now, having won the toss and batting first, being dismissed for 96 in the first innings. So this represents a strong comeback here from the Leeward Islands batters, and 142 lead with a day and a few overs to go left in the first day's play. Scott is to continue. Tilokani 4 for 7 in the first innings. He would have been a high. Coming out to bat. Loud appeal! Loud appeal, and not out, says the umpire, but not for the first time. DeMarco Scott is appealing for an LBW, but he's not turning around to look at the umpire, and he's off celebrating before the umpire gives a decision. And judging, struck on the front part playing forward, and the umpire judging that one had too much spin on it and might have been heading down the leg side, giving the benefit of the doubt to the batsman Francis. But just a word of caution to the Jamaican captain, that when you are appealing, you have to turn around and look at the umpire when you are appealing and not scampering off in celebration. He's done it a few times in this second innings, not waiting for the decision and off in celebration. Short and pulled into the onside. There's a man out there. Fleming doing the fielding. It was straight to him and just a single to the total. I remember a couple bowlers being fined for that. One in particular, the famous Stuart Broad, who would typically be off in celebration with an LBW appeal or an appeal for court behind, not looking back at the umpire. Another appeal here, but bat hitting the turf on this occasion. Not out, says umpire Raj Kumar, for the second time in the over. Of course, this being a developmental tournament as well, looking for new talent, resurrecting new talent, and scouting for emerging talents here. Certainly DeMarco Scott showcasing his abilities. 5 wickets for 11 runs in the first innings is definitely one who would pique the interest of the scouts. He decides to come around the wicket now, Tanri, around the wicket.
You can have a different angle here to chin the batsman up. The batsman just paddles down and goes for a quick single and secures a second run.
So off the mark now, Athens gets 2. And the umpires might just have a word, a quiet word in the ear of Scott with regard to appealing. Of course, if they don't see it as an issue, and he is in fact looking back at the umpire at some point during the appeal, then the umpires will not have anything to discuss with him. But he might just have to be cautious as he continues on in his career. Bowling change now. Henry is off and Fleming, the leg spinner, is back into the attack. Switching ends. From 24 for 2, 32 overs gone. The lead 145. 145. The captain on 58. Just a couple of runs for Athens, who is new to the crease. And he's at the non-striker's end.
Oh! That's like Fleming.
off, let me see. Work on, work on, work on, work on,
Of
work
course,
on.
Tilokani as well. Part of that under 19 team that played back in July. Full delivery here, no run. Along with Amori Jones, who is not in this game, the opening fast bowler. Miller is out as well with the West Indies under 19. All of these players. Son Appeal is not playing a shot here, Francis. And the leg break delivery from Fleming. You have to be careful because he does possess that googly delivery that they're having difficulty reading. And not for the first time Francis leaves alone a ball outside the off stump. Short and cut away. Come through just for the single. And the senior team as well, the senior team, the Leeward Islands team, the Dominican Cricket Board as well as the other countries, the other islands, will have a keen eye on these youngsters, looking to see when they can make their emergence into the senior team and be part of that setup. Short and pulling against the turn for a minute there. I thought he was going to pull it to mid-wicket. But the ball spinning across him and he pulls out of the shot and just taps it down to mid-on. Recognizing that he would have been hitting against the turn and not wanting to take an additional risk with the shot. Full flighted delivery. Cannot score, cannot get past Williams. At cover, the over comes to an end. 125 for 2, 33 overs gone. The lead now 146. So close to about 80 overs or so have been bowled in the day's play. So in fact it's 91 overs in the day's play, including the deduction of 2 overs for the change of innings, and which means there'll be no overtime and play will finish promptly at 5 o'clock, which might just be, or perhaps one more over after this, the Marcus Scott over. Loud appeal for ABW. This time he's turning around and asking the umpire Rajkumar, who again says not out. Was the impact outside the off stump on this occasion as we look at this replay. Just closing the bat face on it, trying to play it with the turn, striking the pad, and perhaps heading down the leg side. Fully forward yet again. And getting fully forward just works in his favor, but he creates some doubt in the umpire's mind as to how far the ball has to travel and is it still on a trajectory to get to the stump. So the benefit of the doubt going to the batsman once you get that stride in and being fully forward. Again, he's fully forward. Back in the days when there were no reviews and no DRS, once you lunge the forward, any impact onto the pads would be greeted by a not out. Faster delivery. Cut away behind point. And giving chase there is Silvera, it looks like. Just a single. So is it 91 gone or is this the 92nd over? 92nd over in progress. A couple. All overs.
I see over.
Just wanting to ensure that we get our mathematics right as we do sit in the University of the West Indies campus, a place of tertiary education. 88 overs bowled, 4 overs deducted for the change of innings would put us at 92 overs for the day. And as we approach 5 o'clock, and this most certainly will be the last over of the day. Athenes on 2, the captain Athenes Francis not out on 60.
No, sir. Dad. Long time ago.
A single to the total. So just to be precise, Tanvir, 89.2 overs to be exact.
Some really good cricket played here today, Billy.
Statistics presented to us by the ever studious producer Jason Prasad. 2 slips in place for this final over from Fleming. And at some point during the course of this over, I'd expect to see that googly delivery. He's lunging forward there, Athenes fully forward, smothering any spin. But we might just see a delivery pitching outside the line of the off stump and spinning back into the right-hander. And he has to be aware of it. He has to look for it. There he is padding up again. A leg break delivery on this occasion. As we draw to a close here, reminding you this is day 1 of this encounter. We are 1 day behind the other 2 games being played at the National Cricket Centre in Inshanali Park. Getting himself in a bit of a conundrum there, looking to play off the back foot for a fraction of a second there. I thought he was going to pull out, try to play the pull shot, but pulling out of the pull shot and just patting it back down the pitch for no run. And Barbados securing first inning points at Inshanali Park against Trinidad and Tobago, and Windward Islands getting first inning points. Full delivery. Can't get a run. Windward Islands getting first inning points against Guyana on day 2, those 2 games. And we'll conclude with a draw. So it should be 8 points apiece to those 2 teams, and an addition of batting and bowling points as well as bonus points for fast bowling wickets. Well, it's eventually called a wide. It's a full ball. It didn't pitch at all. Not landing on the surface, called wide, just prolonging this first day's play with 1 delivery to come. 128 for 2. Lead 149. This game, reminding you, we will be bringing you coverage tomorrow. You can tune in live here to the Windies Cricket YouTube channel for continued coverage on day 2. We are into the 2nd innings. And there is the googly delivery. Negotiated quite well, and turns his back on it, walks away. It'll be the conclusion of day 1 here with that conclusion of the 35th over from Fleming. The score is 128 for 2. And the not out batsman, Jaquan Athenes, not out on 2. And Athenes Francis, the captain, not out 61 of 100 deliveries. And the lead 149, reminding you Leeward Islands winning the toss, being bowled out for 96 in the morning session, and then dismissing Jamaica for 75, getting first inning points. The Leeward Islands, and in their 2nd innings are now 128 for 2. Captain leading the front on 61 not out. Kunal Tilokani 49 off of 91 deliveries, and Jaquan Athenes not out on 2. 16 extras in the innings, 8 byes, 7 leg byes, 1 wide. And the bowling figures 1 for 12 for Adrian Silvera off of 3 overs, no wicket for 27, toiling away Perico Henry, not getting a wicket. DeMarco Scott 1 wicket for 21, 2 maidens in his 9 overs to add to his 5 wickets for 11 runs in the first innings. Nikolai Mackenzie, none for 8, 2 maidens in his 4 overs, none for 23 for Kevon Fleming off of his 6 overs, 2 for 11 he had in the first innings, none for 11, 2 overs from Ramnaresh Singh, and Demario Hall being employed for 4 overs and 11 runs. So that's the news here on day 1 from St. Augustine at the University of the West Indies Sport and Physical Education Centre at the Sir Frank Worrell Ground. And the teams are doing their cooling downs, and we will do the packing up, asking you to join us tomorrow for day 2 of this very enthralling encounter between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. That's it here from the crew, and tune in tomorrow for day 2.